You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to it. Bassmaster Live, Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, sixth stop of this year of 2025. And we are so happy to be with you here. Once again, we come to the Sabine River here in Orange, Texas. That is a favorite destination for bass fishing fans, and our live coverage sponsored by Lose. On this day, we got 7 full hours of coverage coming up here. It's about, well, he just finished a takeoff just a few minutes ago right here. So we're getting in on the front end of this very different tournament, second time in a row in the Lone Star State of Texas. We were up in the Piney Woods to Prairie transition area on Lake Fork last week, and now we're in a different part of East Texas, the Texas Gulf Coast. And Davey Hyde, this place has its own special charms, and we love it. We love the fans here, and we got great competition. We always have that
Absolutely.
Here.
And you have to think about just what you said, Tommy. Great competition we will have here this week. It will be very close. It'll be tight. I don't think we'll see a runaway by anyone. And let's just face it, the fish just aren't going to be as big here.
No.
But the competition is the same. The money is the same. The points are the same. The blue trophy is exactly the same, other than it says Orange, Texas on there.
Yeah, we just adjust a little bit for the numbers there. Now, and we got, as you see here, we got the mobile version of our Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, going right here. We are on site in Orange, Texas, and behind us, later on today, they're going to crank it up, the Bassmaster Tailgate Party presented by Progressive Insurance. It will be a lot of fun. These folks go all out down here in Texas. They love it when the Bassmasters come to town, and we just love being here. We hardly ever get to get out anymore.
I have to, full reveal here, I kind of like the fact there's about 15 food trucks here waiting to accommodate us later in the day. Great crowds. I mean, you've got to love coming here, and they get excited whether those fish are 5-pounders or 1-pounders. They get excited. They love fishing, and we love to be here.
Absolutely, and we're going to take you all over this place. A lot of things are asked from these anglers during this special week. There are so many places to go, a 200-mile, basically, playing field, and you're going to see everything. Little lakes, big lakes. We're going to see small canals, man-made and dug, cypress sloughs. There's just so many different environments here this week.
It really is, Tommy. And, you know, the strategy, being a professional angler and fishing a 4-day event, it's always a challenge, but even more so here. Do you make those long runs and have an area, maybe not to yourself, but less competition in that area? Do you stay closer by and spend your time with a lure in the water? That's a big dilemma. And here's the thing. A lot of places we go, probably the majority of the places we go, you can pick an area and stay there for 4 days. Here, it would not surprise me if we don't have the winning angler have 2, 3, maybe even 4 different fishing locations in those 4 days.
It will be fun to follow that action. That is a great proposition here. Not by ourselves, of course, back in the studio, the regular home studio. We got Ronnie and Such, Ronnie Moore and Mike Such-Sukon. Guys, what are your thoughts as we just begin to step into the action here today?
Well, Tommy, Davey, I'm sorry we're not there in person, but I do know I have the Pope coming into town, and we have a steak dinner planned, so that is why I could not make the trip down. But thank you guys for holding it down in person there. And, you know, the Sabine holds the 5 previous Sabine events have been in our top 10 for the lowest winning weights ever. So we expect the same exact thing every single tournament here below 50 pounds. But this is what's important. Every single bass here this week is going to be important. A 10-pounder was the expectation at Fork to change someone's game. A 4-pounder, maybe a 3.5-pounder will be the same equivalent this week.
Well, the biggest fish we've had here in the last couple of years, Ronnie, is Mark Fraser's 6'6", 2 times ago. We'll have limits barely reaching that. The cut last time we were here was 13.4 over 2 days. So that's a 6'10" limit. I mean, the guys are really going to, you know, make some hay if they catch anything over 3 to 4 pounds.
All right, Such, Ronnie, thank you. Great to have you with us, along with us for this ride for 4 days of action here. We'll fish the full field today and tomorrow. We'll cut it down to 50 for Saturday's round, semifinal Saturday, and then down to 10 on the final day. Here's the 102 anglers just a few minutes ago at takeoff. They're all on their way right now. Some of them going a long way. Some of them, as always, just going right around the corner. We've seen it one both ways this season alone.
We really have. We've seen, you know, the biggest catches of the day be all the way over close to Houston, and we've seen them right here inside of takeoff area. So the big question of the day is who makes those right choices today and can survive until tomorrow. This is going to be a very interesting tournament, I promise you.
Well, we can remember some great memories from this place. We've seen it won so many different ways, some of them like almost 150 miles apart from one another. Huge, huge playing fields. Let's take you back to 2021. Jason Christie taking on a lot of risk. I mean, it was a do-or-die situation, and he got it done.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Jason Christie doing what he loves to do, throwing a spinnerbait primarily throughout that tournament. If you look at the riverbank here on the Sabine River where Jason Christie fished that year, it's a very different look. If we have some anglers that choose to go there this morning, you see all these blowdowns, these trees, these logs. He had to actually maneuver over some, jump some of those to get to that very upper part of the Sabine River from where we are here. It was a winning strategy to make that long run and have an area basically to himself throughout the event in 2021.
It was exciting to watch that. And of course, the last time we were here was 2023. And this time around, it was an angler who had a bunch of top two finishes in the Bassmaster Elite Series, finally breaking through Brock Mosley.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone is similar to Bill Lowen. Everyone was pulling for Brock Mosley to get his win. After you have several second-place finishes, and he was able to get it done, he stayed very close to take off for most of the tournament and was able to get it done. Very exciting to watch him catch some fish on a top water type bait, a popper there for Brock Mosley, getting it done. And like I said, I think everyone here was pulling for him. You can see the excitement. After you have a couple of those second place finishes, there's nothing any more rewarding than holding a blue trophy over your head.
No doubt about it. We always see a heroic effort for the part of the winner every time we come to the Sabine River. It comes in so many different ways, in so many different places, and we're looking. We don't even know all the places we're going to see today. You know, you can go all the way. You can go in the intercoastal and get to Trinity Bay. The Neches River comes in here all the way. You can take it all the way to Galveston Bay, the suburbs of Houston, and then all the way up to the Toledo Bend Dam. I mean, we have got a lot of area to cover, but let's start. Let's just, you always catch your near fish first.
Yes.
That's right. So let's get out to Tyler Rivette.
Well,
neighboring state of
we
Louisiana.
came in here hoping to maybe pick off one or two. Just, I know there's a lot of people in here, so I was like, you might as well get in the crowd and just maybe get your one or two and maybe five, who knows. But I seen some good ones in here for practice. They were blowing up on some brim. So we're just trying to catch them right now, and then we're just gonna head on down the river a little bit and just take our time, fishing slow. Hopefully we could catch some big ones.
Going to be in the boat with Tyler Rivette all day. Started the season a couple of years ago with a big win, his first Elite Series win on Lake Okeechobee, doing something really different from everybody else.
Yeah, opened a lot of people's eyes in Florida with the live sonar. Tyler has a lot of experience here in this area, and he's one of the anglers that says, I'm going to spend my time closer to takeoff rather than making those long runs and gambling. So be interesting to see how he does close by. He'll have a lot of fishing time and not a lot of running time today.
Anytime you're down on the Gulf Coast, you expect thunder showers and such, but I don't think there's any rain in the forecast for the next 4 days. You know, fingers crossed here. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us a high of 87 degrees today. Low 78. That's pretty typical for this time of year down here. 5% chance of rain, which is just next to nothing. And winds, going to be some wind, good south wind, persistent south wind, I think, throughout this entire tournament.
So it's going to make it easy to deal with the humidity and the heat with any wind, but the south wind, it adds one dilemma to the fishing. It's going to keep the water higher, keep that water in here not going out as much, and the high water is going to be a little bit of an issue for the anglers for this week.
Generally, we'd be talking about shallow water fishing. Fish by necessity have to live shallow in this place mostly.
Yep, absolutely. They certainly loved a lot of vegetation up there in that shallow water. Good water quality is always a key in this area also. Patience is a big key here this week. To settle into a place and understand you just need to get 5 bites a day.
Yeah, with a couple of 100 miles, you can't be spending time running from one end to the other. You got to commit to at least a general area, right?
Yes. And that that area could be different each day, but I think for each day you have to commit to a general area.
Hey guys, you're talking about the wind, and when we opened the deep dive app, I wanted to show you guys, obviously we have a long, expansive body of water. The Sabine River proper right there where takeoff is. You've got the Neches to the west, Taylor Bayou to the west, southwest, obviously the intercoastal. But one big thing when it comes to this body of water is the wind impact of Sabine Lake. So Sabine Lake is the biggest gathering of water on this place, and you can see the red readouts. We've got a sustained 12 to 15 mile an hour wind throughout the entire day with gusts into the mid-20s. And so, like you guys mentioned, not only is it such a vast body of water that's so narrow, but the widest part of this fishery, Sabine Lake, is the one that's going to be pushing and keeping that water up in the mouth of the Neches, up in Taylor's, up in the Sabine River proper right there south of takeoff. So
Tyler Rivette hooked up here.
That's a keeper. Number one. Wow. It's a chunk. You might not register on the scale. That's the biggest one I've caught all week. I'll tell you how big. Pound and a half. Wow. Woohoo! On fire. On them. I don't know. I'm like just so excited. I don't know what to say.
$12 plus. That's the
Yeah, absolutely.
that's our length limit for a
And he
keeper
truly
here.
is excited
Yeah,
to catch
he
his
is.
first
He's not-
keeper this
he's-
early in the morning. There's nothing wrong with that. You could tell the way he was fighting that fish that he was very gentle. He knows it's important to get a few keepers in the boat. You do have to keep in mind, though, when you hear an angler say that's the biggest one I've caught all week, a lot of anglers don't do much catching in practice intentionally, cover their hooks, and you don't want to burn those fish in practice.
Another angler we're going to be spending all day in the boat with. I think that's going to be a great prospect to have John Cox out there who lives in situations like this.
Yeah, we're heading back here. You know, I don't know if it's how good it's going to be or not, but I'm excited. The water here looks great. We had a few bites in here in practice, so I don't know. I'm excited. I'm excited to set the hook some. So we got an incoming tide, so it's gonna fill up as the day goes on. Our main goal today is to get 5. And if we get lucky and get a nice one, great. Boy, it's kind of peaceful back here. It's nice right now. It's gonna get hot here soon. Whatever you do, don't put your hands in the water here, because there's a gator back here that's a little too friendly.
Does he have a name? Did you name him?
No, I didn't name him yet, but I'm not really worried about anything except grabbing the fish. But if that sucker gets me, are you gonna jump in? No, you're not gonna save me? Come on.
I'm going to use the push-pull fish.
Yeah.
Give him a few
At least grab my leg or something. Grab onto
I'll
something.
bring something back to the weigh-in.
Yeah. Just don't let him take me down. Oh, man, I don't know. That'd be a terrible way to go. You know what? I think I'm gonna fish this part in. 'Cause it looks
All right, John Cox ready to set to work there, setting the stage there. A lot of critters you need to coexist with, let's put it that way. Down here on the Sabine, that's just part of this great scene right here. We can't wait to get going full steam here. We got just a little less than 7 hours on the way from down here on Bassmaster Live. Stay with us this morning. The 2025 MAXAM Tires Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Just getting started here on the Sabine today. Great to have you with us. Our live coverage will continue to almost weigh-in time today, which is just right around the corner from where Davey Height and I are situated. So happy to be on site. We just saw Tyler Yvette catch a 1.5-pounder, and he was overjoyed. That's our different set of expectations this week. He catches 5 of those for 2 days. He's going to be fishing on Saturday,
absolutely, right? Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's all relative, and you know, a 1.5-pound fish goes a long way here this week.
Oh my gosh, these horse flies are wonderful.
12 more inches.
I was able to talk to John Cox a little bit this morning on the dock before takeoff, and this area that he started in, he said he made 1 pass through there in practice and had 5 bites. So
wow,
hopefully we'll see some good things coming from John here soon.
Oh yeah. I noticed that there's a lot of rubbage on the there we go. Oh, here we go. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at that one there. Go ahead and call in the pizza. Oh my gosh. That's a keeper there. That's a nice one. I don't think I'm gonna put a float on him. All right, there's one. Yeah. Man, that was right there, power blade.
Well, how big do you think that one was there?
I don't know, maybe a 1.4.
Oh,
we have a Skeeter Boats big fish alert for John Cox's 1-4.
Come on, Suits. That's a stretch.
I got to do better
there,
than that. Tyler Williams and Carl Jockson have 2-pounders, so.
Such said I need to get my BFA out of the way just in case.
So you see Tyler Yvette and John Cox putting the first keeper in the boat, and they're having fun. They're kind of, you know. But I can promise you, I've fished Elite Series tournaments right here.
Probably put water on
It
them,
is a relief to put that first keeper in your boat here on this lake, because it's not a given that you're going to catch a keeper here. So, you know, they're having fun with it, and that's great, but it is a relief.
Give them a little bow. Gotta make it all cute for them. Need to get right here.
Tyler Yvette. John Cox on the board, so that's 2 of the 6 anglers we'll be in the boat with all day long. Let's investigate some more. So great to have the veteran Mark Menendez. And here you want to look to some of these wily veterans who know every trick to get 5 fish in the boat. Mark's one of those guys.
Well, it's been an interesting morning getting over here. Had a little technical problem that service crews got fixed real quick. It wasn't a big deal, but it was stressful. I won't lie. A little bouncy on the way over here, crossing the Sabine Lake. But now we're here. The Yamaha is turned off, and it will remain turned off. and I'm here in my location. I'm going to stay here and fish. So I've kind of gotten all that running around out of my system. Now it's time to fish the entire time that I have up here, and just get me some in the boat. It's a pretty simple plan I got going on.
Mark Menendez fishing his 288th Bassmaster event. Been a pro at the top level for well over 3 decades.
Yeah, he's seen a lot, been around. He's fished here many times, a lot of days on the water. And we were talking about earlier, some of the anglers choose to make a little longer run, but once you get there, settle in
just
and
not stopped.
Keep your bait in the water.
It was an hour-long adrenaline surge that I didn't really enjoy.
Mark went top 20 here back in 2021, the one we reviewed a few minutes ago with Jason Christie coming out on top in that one.
Look at the water line on the trees there. It's a little lower than it has been recently where he's at, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Water will be rising throughout the day today in most places.
Whole bunch of rain up north
Yes.
here, East Texas, last few days, and some flooding, as a matter of fact. But this tournament's never been in doubt. It's going to go off.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We are going to enjoy it. First look at Brian New on Bassmaster Live this season. Great to have him in here. Won his very first elite event on a tidal river.
We finally made it. Ran over here, come through a little bit of bumpy water. Falcon just passed everybody else in the bumpy water. And we're just getting started. Man, just as I expected, pretty much all the fields coming over here. I was boat 63 and they're still coming. So yeah, it's gonna be hope and pray. Catch you some bass. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hope and pray, and hopefully we go ahead and catch us some bass as well. But yeah, that's what we got. It's just gonna be a slow grind. Put the trolling motor down and just go. And throw a chatterbait a good bit, flip around. It's gonna be kind of like junk fishing a little bit. Hoping to catch some 12, 13 inchers and a 2 or 3 pounder. Wish all these boats would hurry up and go ahead and get by, because let this boat traffic settle down a little bit.
Well, as an angler, you have to ask yourself, did you pick the right area or the wrong area? Obviously, there's been some fish caught over there.
Brian went 23rd in 2023, the last time we were here.
Over here where we're at, it's really not all that big. And I think 3/4 of the field was over here every day of the practice. And so we've already got them beat up and educated pretty good. And then now today, you're gonna have everybody hunkering down and jerking on everything. So we're gonna see what that's gonna do to it, but with the conditions of the river right now, you know, a lot of high, dirty water, high tide, the south wind keeping the tide in and making it even higher.
this is just the best. This is the best habitat, you know, the best option that we have. It's kind of really dug our teeth in here in practice and try to learn a little bit. Hopefully we can, you know, make that pan out for us today, and then learn a little bit more as we go, and just dig in. I mean, this is my kind of bass tournament. I love just grinders. You know, those where everybody's catching 30 pounds is, I mean, yeah, it can be fun, but it's so hard to do good in those type of tournaments. And this is my kind of fishing. Just shallow. If it looks good, fish it. Have several, you know, actually this is a record for me. I've got the least amount of rods in history on deck, and by far the least amount of tackle in my boat in history that I've ever had. But still, I mean, I've got several different things I'm gonna toss at them and see what we can come up with today.
How can you possibly make it through a day with less than 13 rods? I don't,
Exactly.
We'll see.
He's being honest with us, though. We've seen him with 25 or so on the front deck and then a few in the back. I mean, he does. And I've been able to fish with Brian a few times in the off season. He is very, very particular and very well organized. With all that tackle, it's amazing how well organized he is.
Having a good season, as a matter of fact. It was 14th place last week at Lake Fork, and he's only had one stumbling block, and that was the Pasquotank River in his home state. Originally North Carolina, now he's South Carolina.
Right, exactly.
Let's get back down. Tyler Rivette, Southwest Louisiana guy, Raceland, Louisiana, not too far from Lafayette. This is your Lowrance bird's eye view. We're going to see some really pretty Gulf Coast pictures all through the week here till we get to Sunday.
Tyler, I was able to talk with him this morning also, and he's going to stay relatively close. He's going to move around a little bit, a couple of different bayous here in the general area of Orange. So expect to see him catch some fish for us today.
Yeah, he is on the board to the tune of 1.5 pounds. That is not a bad one here, folks. We're just a process of adjusting your measuring stick here. For this. Every tournament's different. Every tournament is different. Tyler Williams, a man on top. Look at him, almost 5 pounds in the boat already today in the first hour. Less than an hour of fishing for these guys. Robert G. Robert G had a great year last year. Carl Jochimson, the man, the Phoenix Boats big bass leader.
Welcome back here, Bassmaster Live at the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite, the 6th stop of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Orange, Texas is our special host this week, and every catch is going to be so crucial for the 102 anglers in the Elite Series field this week. We saw Tyler Rivette, boat and early keeper John Cox, do the same thing. There's no saving or managing fish this week, Such. It's catch them when you can catch them, and see what it'll be at the weigh-in.
Yeah, you have to. I'm wondering how low our big fish is going to end up being around. We got a couple 2-pounders right now. Tyler Williams has 4 fish. The only other angler with multiple fish is Robert G.
Watching from our drone shot of Tyler Rivette, fishing in this ever-popular area, he said he planned to fish in a crowd. That he expected to be in a good area, but he expected to have a lot of company, and so he is getting situated early on day 1.
Yeah, expected to be fishing in a crowd. Anytime we get to a place where there's 200 miles to fish, we can expect about 20 guys concentrating on 100 feet of water out here. But that has not happened yet for Tyler.
So predictable.
For some reason, it always goes that way. Tyler actually hanging in there in 6th place as it stands right now. Well, if you're just joining us here, we got a little different setup this week. Me and Davey actually get to go on site here to the Sabine River, and that means we get to hang out with one of the foundations, the whole Bassmaster Elite system here. The great Dave Mercer. And Dave, we get to hang out with you this week, and thanks for, you just finished releasing all these guys, these 102 anglers. Now it sounded like a tremendous takeoff.
Oh, it was exhilarating, Tommy. It always is. Takeoff a special time. It's been a while. I believe our anglers this week. It's been a while since we've gone into an event. I mean, they pour mouth every event, but this is always a tough fishery, a little tougher this time around because of the conditions. But you talk about something totally different. I mean, last week at this time when I tuned in and looked at our leaderboard on live, I was like, it looks broken. We were on Lake Fork, you know, and this morning I tuned in once again and I'm like, our leaderboard looks broken. I have the exact same feeling now for something completely different.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, if it was the same thing every week, we'd all get bored with it. This is kind of keeps us on our toes, helps us to readjust, be flexible, be good fans out there. And we've got faithful fans on the way here today, and we're looking forward to that when we get the whole tailgate party cranked up right now. Right now, though, let's take a look at Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. In the 6th stop of the season already. Przekurat on top there right now. He is so solid and has been on top for a good while now. Will Davis has hung in there very, very much as well. Trey McKinney in 3rd place. Always look out for that. Chris Johnston, who's a little further down, certainly mended that to a certain extent last week at Lake Fork. And Tucker Smith, our winner at Lake Fork, rounding out the top 5 right there. And the rest of them, Shane LaHue, Kyoya Fujita, big tournament up there on Lake Fork, but we are down on the Texas Gulf Coast. And let's take this opportunity. We're going to be in the boat all day with Przekurat, so let's get our AOY watch started here in full.
There he is.
A little bit different before coming.
The crazy part is he might be 12. I don't think so. Oh boy. We captured one. My 914 could have swallowed that whole in one bite. That is a .68. He's going in the box though. The call tag's on, figure it out.
That's about a 9-ouncer, a .68. That'll be a supporting character in your 5-fish limit, and maybe, hopefully, will be released.
Yeah, hopefully, but
off the list.
I guarantee you, he's happy to have that keeper in the boat.
Absolutely.
Leading AOI, the thoughts will cross your mind. I need to at least catch one today, and he's done that.
Feeling good, you know. I made the long run over here to where I was going, and looked like about most of the field did. And it was rough. It wasn't that fun getting here, but pulled up and first cast I caught a good solid keeper, 1.5 pounds or 160 on my scale. So that felt good to at least maybe clue me in that maybe it was worth making the run, and I caught 2 more after that so far. So they're definitely biting a little bit. They didn't go anywhere. I just know I'm going to put my head down and grind it out. That was a bonus, catching one of the first casts. I'm not saying it was bad luck, 'cause that's what a lot of people will, but I'm not saying that. I think it was a good sign.
I'm going to agree with Bo. It's definitely a good sign to catch a keeper the first cast here.
Randy Howell obviously proved that 2 events ago. Much more than a keeper, obviously. But
Yeah.
what is it? I mean, what would you do for an 8-pounder in Orange, Texas?
Bo Browning, a rookie, one of our rookies out here, had a rookie win last week. Tucker Smith, Bo Browning, talking about grinding it out. He had to grind it out on the elite qualifying last year just to make it here.
Bo told me this morning he was excited about this. He said, you know, this is right up my alley. I want a tough grinders style tournament.
Yeah, there's definitely some anglers that enjoy these tougher tournaments. I mean, a lot of the guys are having fun with it this morning, obviously, but there's a lot of anglers that this is in their wheelhouse.
Plus, you want to talk about something different. To go from an event where we were threatening the all-time weight record to an event where, let's be honest, there's a chance we will threaten the smallest winning weight ever.
John Cox at 1 in the boat, 1.25 pounds.
As usual, he had a good attitude this morning. Feels pretty good about this area that he started in. He said he had 5 keeper bites there in practice.
I don't think he's going to make it. Yeah.
Well, there's a fish on there.
Well, Dave Mercer, you just mentioned it. The lowest winning weight in Bassmaster Elite Series history is threatened this week. I'm here at the Humminbird Screen of Knowledge and talking about the, I guess you could say, top 5 lowest weights, or maybe we say it lowest 5, small, you know, farthest 5, however you want to say it. Here are the 4-day totals for the lowest winning weight in history. 2009, the Mississippi River out of Fort Madison, Kevin Short, 43.3. We had the 2021 Sabine, where Jason Christie won, 43.15. Last time we were here, 2023, 44.3 for Brock Mosley to win. 2013 West Point and 2014 Delaware in the 46 and 47 pound range. So most definitely, we always think about the lowest winning weights possibility when we come here. Speaking of all the history at the Sabine River, this is our 6th stop here at the Sabine River, and we look at it from lowest to highest winning weights. We mentioned it, 43.15, 44.3. This was in April with Jason Christie. This was around this time of year, mid-May to late May for Brock Mosley. We had a June 2018 event with Greg Hackney winning with 48 pounds. And then these two are the ones where there's a great distinction. These were kickoff events for our season. February tournaments where Todd Faircloth and Chris Lane won, and the other asterisk on there, or differentiation, is Faircloth's 49-pound victory came with Louisiana also in place. So we'll keep an eye on the winning weights, but as you see the heavier weights, that was more midsummer without flooding, and then this was February where also we had Louisiana in place. So May, April time period, we're going to be right in that same 43, 44-pound window for the Sabine River.
All right, thank you, Ronnie. Good stuff right there, and we will continue to monitor what goes on with the 6 anglers we are with all day today. Tyler Rivette among them. He's in our top 5 right now as it stands, and John Cox in 7th place. That's pretty good guessing on our part right there. That's better than we usually do. But we will see a lot more during the course of this day. So stay with us from the Sabine River Bassmaster Elite Series.
All right, guys, John Cox here, and we are here on the Sabine River. And my 2 baits to go to this week is going to be the Berkeley Swamp Lord at a higher tide. And as that tide starts to fall, I'm going to use the brand new Berkeley MAXAM Stank Bug. This thing catches a ton of fish, gets a lot of bites. There we go. And I'm going to really keep this in my hand most of the tournament.
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead and call in the pizza. Oh my God.
There you go, Bass Pro Shop's top tackle with one of our anglers on camera today on the leaderboard as well. Ninth place currently. John Cox got a great record here. He's 16th in 21, 36th. The most recent one in 2023.
Oh, golly, did you see that one? Yeah. So, you know, there we go. That's a keep. Oh, come here, baby. Come here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's number 2 right there. Oh, that was awesome. All right, I'll put a float on this one. Maybe, yeah, I'll put a float on them, just in case. We'll put floats on ones that are close. Man, we just caught that one coming in. My plan was to just stick with the stank bug all day because I've been noticing it's been working a lot better. You know, in tough situations, like when you want to get bites and stuff, you're able to, you know, throw it around. I'm like putting it on the back of a jig, I'm, you know, throwing it Texas rig. You know, and it just seems to get bites, but we kind of missed a couple. Oh God, that's a itty bitty one there. But man, yeah, so far we got 2 in there, and some reason this morning I was like, man, I feel like I've been in this situation before coming in here. Picked up a spinnerbait and caught that nice one. I was like, man. But that was pretty neat. I wasn't even really planning on throwing that much today. But yeah, it's going good. We got 2 so far. It's getting hot already. And man, we're just gonna keep grinding it out in here. And hopefully we can get 5 and maybe we'll catch a nice one in here. It just has that feel like you could catch big ones, you know. But there's no telling, you know, Keith Poche might have weighed them all in last time. We don't know. Well, we fixing to find out.
6th year out here on the Elite Series for John Cox, and each year he's voted the least likely to start a tournament with a negative attitude. He's always up for it. He is in on the game.
I was talking with John this morning a little bit about the difference in the last lake we were at in here, and he said, hey, I didn't catch him there. This is not going to be a big change for me.
90% fueled by 7-Eleven Slurpees.
Oh, is
Keeps
that
him
right?
happy. Oh, he loves them. It says it makes him feel like home. Listen to this, Tommy. You'll appreciate this. He says, a Slurpee on a patio with the smell of my mother smoking, the happiest feeling on earth.
I love that. That is, everyone's got a happy place. That's one of the best I've ever heard.
Man, well, I caught one 10-ouncer so far, so I'm not too mad at her yet. No, man, I need to just stay in it and just not let, you know, voices in my head affect where I'm going to go or what I'm going to do, because you just don't know where you're going to get bit. You know, I could get a 2-pound bite right there, and it completely changed my day. So you not going to let it get to me today, no matter what I have in the box. And we're gonna fish hard until we gotta leave. That's the plan. And we're gonna flip around. I'm gonna flip this rage bug around. We're gonna throw a spinnerbait. And we're just gonna keep it simple and hopefully put 7 to 10 pounds in the boat is the plan. So it's early. I think we were on our 3rd stop of the day so far, which our other 2 stops were just a couple quick hitters. Got that one little 10-ouncer, but hopefully we get rid of him before the day is over and we can start making our way back.
Good frame of mind.
Yeah.
Good way to approach today.
45 points. He's got the lead over Will Davis Jr. in the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. 53 over Trey McKinney, and every point here counts as just as much as a point at Okeechobee or Lake Fork or anywhere. Every point is precious.
I love how he's not afraid to talk about AOY.
Yeah.
I hated how in the
You've got a
past
lot of
people would,
wood
no, I'm
here
not thinking of it.
sticking out off the bank that you can't see. So they could be anywhere in the, you know, when you get back here where it gets shallower, they could be in the middle of the creek, they could be on the bank, they could be sitting on a piece of wood out, you know, breaking a current. There's a lot of options for them at that point. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not what we want. God dang it. That's not what we want. Now that's even worse. That little feller got him some teeths. Chill, Junior. Just chill. Just chill. Okay. All's good. All's good that ends good. That was crazy. I hate those things. But they're part of the eco chain too here, so the little spotted gar.
Well, at least it wasn't a reptile with teeth. That would have been a lot worse. We're going to see lots of different species.
Mark Menendez breaking out the snagless Sally. It looked like he had on there. An inline spinner. Bring it.
Check in with our rookie Bo Brown.
After the snagless Sally ever was invented.
Beautiful where Bo Browning is fishing there this morning. Hopefully he gets a few keepers in the boat.
Bo, one of our impressive rookies. We always seem to have a better class every year. They switched places the last two events. Rookie win for Paul Marks the time before last week. Tucker Smith takes the win, so they are 1 and 2 on that list right there. Easton Fothergill bringing it back from a terrible start down in Florida all the way to third place. Emil Wagner, Evan Kung, Bo Browning, Andrew Loberg, and Blake Capps, our top 8 rookies. Bassmaster Live, our live coverage of the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, already the 6th stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series is underway. 4 days of fishing we have down here on the Texas Gulf Coast, a unique environment, not like any other place we go during the course of a year. Got the full field, 102 out there, doing everything they can to put enough together to make it through today and tomorrow in the top 50, and then Saturday you got to be in the top 10. Let's get out to John Cox. 2 keepers in the boat for John.
Oh, 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 oh gosh. I thought it was going to be a lot bigger than that one. Oh gosh. I flipped in there. Usually you flip in there and that's going to be one of your biggest bites. Oh. 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 Oh yeah, I gotta back it down a little bit. It was swimming off with it so fast. I was like, that's the one.
Thankful to get John Cox footage this early. Usually we finally find him late and he disappears again. He's a specialist at getting away from all intrusion from the world at large. He knows every hiding place on every fishery. Tyler Yvette's out in plain sight, not too far from our base of operations here.
What's that?
Showing that different page. Tell me about that.
It's just, sure. Gotta turn the live well off. It's just one of them junk fishing deals, you know. You see a mat, you gotta hit it. There's a little stump off the bank, throw a crankbait or something. Then just bare bank like this, just flip a crawfish or so. Just hope for the best. Just look, fish what's in front of you, really. What's that? I normally keep it the same and just hope to run into them because it's about the same, all the same baits I normally use here, like any South Louisiana, Texas deal, any river system like this. Dark water, I like to use June bug. Can't beat it. And it all depends on the fishing. Like I'll go to a real small bait like this just to give them a chance to actually eat it. And then everything's just been getting destroyed. There's only so many spots to fish right now with the high water.
Good look at what Tyler's talking about. There's only so many places to fish right now with the high water. The slope on the bank here, so many places throughout this river system. You have flatter banks and the water just goes and continues to go and go and go. You want to find that edge or that line where you can narrow down where those fish might be.
David Davey, I mean, the Bassmaster's mission, by association, these guys' mission is to teach people how to catch more fish. And I think you can get as much valuable stuff here as you could anywhere else we go.
Just gotta take our time.
100%. Hold on here.
We got a long day and only got 2 spots.
This is a realistic situation like many places in the country. You don't go everywhere and go bass fishing and catch 30 pounds, you know, average 6-pounders. This is a place like many of our viewers actually have to fish. You know, you're very happy to catch 5 keepers in a day.
We're going to learn how to respect those 5-pounders from last tournament all of a sudden.
Yes.
I mean, people were not even casting at 5-pounders.
Yeah, they're going up to the top of Mount Olympus as we watch here.
Some of the images from practice, too, how far into this, just your point, Davey, about finding that edge. And it doesn't exist in a forest or a swamp and you had anglers traversing everything.
Nope. Little feller got a hole in his head where he'd been caught before. Somebody caught him. Quit now. Just if you'll just calm down. Let him. Just down, Junior. Oh, that didn't feel good.
think of the mental test that they're going to go through this week too. And it doesn't get the respect that it deserves, but we got a breeze where we're sitting here. They're in the swamp. And as this, I mean, this morning was very, very humid. This week's going to be humid. And the focus that it's going to take to compete here this week is I don't think you can overstate it.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot you have to block out. And,
especially at this point in the season. You know, this is the first official event in the second half of the season. Pressure's on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very difficult mentally for a fishery like this, but that's part of why I enjoy seeing some of these tournaments mixed in. Certainly enjoy seeing some of them. Smaller fish, tougher conditions mixed in. Yeah.
Well, law of averages, Carl. Law of averages.
Catching some small ones there. Yeah, the Bassmaster Classics that are special to me, obviously the one I won, but the Pittsburgh Classic was one of the most exciting classics I ever participated in. Took 12 pounds to win for 3 days. A 4-pound average to win, to hold the World Championship trophy over your head. And I will guarantee you that trophy means just as much as the ones that it took, 50 or 60, 70 pounds to win. I mean, it's all relative. And it's even more rewarding. We remember Aaron Martin's in that Pittsburgh Classic.
Yeah.
Losing a fish and how devastating it was to lose a bass.
Hey, those guys were a bunch of wrecks at the end of that final day. I mean, to your point, Dave, about what you have to go through mentally, what so much more is asked of you.
Because when you do get a bite, especially if it's a 2+ pounder, it's so important to put that fish in the boat. You can't just be a mental wreck and then get a bite that'll change your entire event. And it's just difficult. Just like we see in Mark, he caught an 11-incher. He caught 2 7 or 8 inchers. The next bite you get, you think, it's another non-keeper, and it could be a 2.5 pounder.
And weirdly in your head, I think it messes with you because you don't respect the small fish as much. If you lose a 9-pounder last week, you're like, it was a 9-pounder. I mean, how many are you gonna boat? But when you lose 1.5 pound bass, you're like, well, that's a bass that all day long. I mean, they never get off unless you're fishing a tournament on the Sabine River.
And all about context, all about putting things in perspective. A different sort of thing. Everyone's got a different view in their front windshield this week. Tyler Williams still on top there. I think he's still our only angler with a limit. No, he's 4 fish, not to a limit yet. Joey Cifuentes moving up there along with Carl Jacobson. Greg DePalma. He knows about fishing tough fisheries, river-related fisheries there in New Jersey, that is for sure. Kyoya Fujita had a disappointing day last week.
Well, I normally keep it close. Like I said, I try to stay close, just less running time and more fishing time, because you just want to catch that 2.5 pounder. And I think if you got your bait in the water longer, you're more likely to catch them here. Like I normally, the first 2 days of practice, I'll scout one area, for instance, like Cow Bayou and Adams. I think that's really good areas because they got plenty of fish. And then the next area, the next day I'll try to go do something crazy, like places I normally don't catch them, but they do catch them. For instance, like Taylor's, I'll go there, and if it don't work out that third day of practice, I'll just go back and try to dial in on them bites that I got in the areas I'm going to. You might not register on the scale. That's the biggest one I've caught all week. I'll tell you how big. 1.5 pounds. Wow.
Tyler Rivette flexing a little bit for us with the first fish on camera of the day here. He was elated to get that 1.5 pounds in the boat. And why not? That sets us up for what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he and a lot of these other anglers. In fact, I would say almost every angler in the tournament today would love to have 5 of those 1.5 pound bass by the end of the day.
Yeah. Tyler Williams, Mike Iaconelli. There's just one more fish to a limit. Look at that at the top of our leaderboard, unofficial leaderboard by a bass track. Joey Cifuentes, Carl Jochimson still is, well, he's not any longer our Phoenix Big Bass leader. It's Greg DePalma with a 2-pound 5-ouncer as it stands right now. How long will that last as the top fish of the day? We got a little bit different setup here today. If you're just joining us here on Bassmaster Live, we got full coverage all week. That doesn't change at all, but some of us are not in the studio. Some of us who would kind of live our lives in the studio have been set free this week, and we're getting to be on site in one of the great places to come. Dave Mercer. We get to hang out with Dave Mercer during the course of this day, and the crowds are one of the reasons we come down here. I think one of the volunteers told us it was about 45,000 the last time we were here, and they're looking to beat it this time. What do you guys think we can do it?
Yeah, absolutely. It is an amazing place. I was able to fish here for several events, and now to come here and do this, it's great to be here with you, Dave Mercer. Like you said, Tommy, they set us free. We're able to go out and be at the event. So super excited about this week. The fish catches are going to be smaller and fewer, but they will be just as important. I guess more important than they were at the last event.
Well, it feels like freedom right now, but let that humidity build. You guys might be running back to that studio.
Big crowds at weigh-ins make it more fun, right?
Yeah, it's insane. It will be. These are the most incredible crowds. They're super enthusiastic. It is wild. I mean, I always just wonder, like, just imagine how big the crowds would be if they had bass here.
I'm fighting.
Well, the lack of bass makes your jokes funnier, so that's it's a trade-off.
I think that's the tent.
I might give in and try it here in a minute. Oh, what do you think it is?
Yeah,
Bluegill?
hopefully the fishes.
They quit moving, whatever it is. Oh, no, he's on there. Is that a keep? Watch. Spot me for that alligator. Oh, dang it. Dang it. Thought that was going to be a big one. Oh, jeez. It felt like a good one, though. Oh, that was fun. All right. Gosh, man. Yeah. Oh, man, look, he won't even let go of that thing. Look, I can't even get that's the max scent right there. Look at that. He will not let, oh, there it goes. Boy, it was down his stomach. Oh, my gosh. Oh, they love that thing. He must have had it for a while there. Not quite like last time we.
Tyler Williams, the first to a limit. Got 5 pounds, 12 ounces, 5 fish. He's got a 2-pounder.
Boy, that seemed like Cox was just like opening a Christmas gift and finding out it's just another pair of socks. For a split second, I'm like, he's got a giant under there.
Yeah, it was a clip-on bow tie.
Grow up, kids. Need to grow up some.
Looks like another 11, I'd say, for Mark. Got close a couple of times already.
It's going to be close, but I think a little short. Oh!
Oh, he made it.
Not quite.
No.
A little short.
Didn't make it.
Back-to-back casts. Here we go.
Dadgummit.
You know, you can, these anglers have their own decisions they have to make, where to go, how long to stay. You can make your decisions as far as the outcome of this tournament goes.
I know what 12-incher looks
Get involved in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing for every event. You build your team from 5 different buckets, representing the 5 levels of achievement points-wise at this point in the season. And put together 5 that you think are going to bring you maximum points at the QR code. Find out the rest of the story there. Take a look at how those buckets shake out at this point of the season. That's helpful, too.
Carl, fix this shit.
Mark Menendez on fire with the sub-12s here.
Can't wait for him to get that snaglet Sally back in there.
Oh, that's funny.
Told me this morning he's got one area. I'm assuming this is it. And he said outside of that, I don't got a lot.
Getting bites.
He ain't as big as the last one. They'll have a crop of keepers in here next year. That's for sure. The one that got off was a keeper. Up there around the corner a minute ago. 11.5. They had them a hell of a spawn that year, whatever year that was.
Getting bites.
Yeah. Unfortunately, so far that area is a nursery.
Yeah. That's essential to the fish growing process, but like Mark said, next year will be great. Let's get back out to Jay Przekurat. He said he's going to stay in this area till it's time to leave, and he will know. I trust his judgment.
That makes the day. Now we just need the limit. It's a 3-pounder. A 3-pounder on the Sabine. Oh my gosh.
Holy cow.
We got one.
Did he just call it or what?
That is one of them.
Wow. Look at that, dude.
Just punched up a Sabine River toad. Yes, gosh, dang it. That makes the day. Now we just need the limit.
When it's going your way, it's going your way. And this year, it certainly has been doing that for Jay. Hopefully we see him catch a few more like that, but he's right. That makes your day. If you feel your limit with that. Here we go.
Here it is, BFA from Skeeter Boats, Jay Przekurat. 3 pounds even. He's going to jump up into our top 10. Got a new leader, Carl Jacobson, caught his 4th fish. He's got a 2-0 and 3 1.5 pounders.
I feel like Such put a little extra effort into that big fish alert.
Yeah.
and so
Man,
he should.
My entire night's sleep last night, satisfied catching that fish. Oh my gosh. My biggest fish prior to that fish right there on the Sabine was a 2.5, and I caught it last year. Catching a 3-pounder out here is like catching a 10-pounder on fork. It really is. I'm just fishing this blown up mat that's blown up on this big tree, and just punching it with a 3/4 ounce weight, striking rage bug on there, and when I set the hook, it didn't come flying out of the water, so I was like, okay, something's a little bit different about this fish. And she came right out, and I swung her in the boat, and that was it. Kind of dramatic, but it means so much. Because now all we need is 4 more bites the rest of the day to have a decent bag. So now we can just fish calm, free, not let anything bother us.
Well, I'm with Kyle Jesse in his fantasy column. He said, I'm done with not picking Jay Przekurat to win every event this year. I think that's a good, safe policy right there. A 3-pounder. Of course, it's going to be Jay Przekurat scoring with that on this first day of competition. The 2025 MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite on the Sabine River. So happy to be here. Our live coverage sponsored by Lose on this day, and I think all week. Happy to have that. This thing's starting to heat up a little bit, you know. We stick with it this morning. Everyone gets settled in, and we start to see some results out there. Carl Jochimson, the man on top right now. Tyler Williams has also got his limit in the boat. Mike Iaconelli and Greg DePalma, New Jersey, showing up big down here on the Texas Gulf Coast. Dakota Ebear had a great start to his week last week, but didn't end up the way he envisioned it. Maybe he can make that happen. Joey Cifuentes. And there's Jay Przekurat, our Angler of the Year points leader. That's his performance for this year. And, man, makes it look easy. That's all you got to do. Just make every cut. Don't even get close to that cut line, except one time you do a 30th.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great start to the season for Jay. He has not missed a cut, not only this year, but going back into last year, several events there. He's 9 straight events, 390 days. He has not missed a cut, and he's off to a great start here. A 3-pounder. It'll go a long way here this week for any angler. But
speaking of which.
You know that song, that music. Jay Przekurat, Power Pole Replay a Day, and he said it. That 3-pounder to him means just as much as he said 10-pounder, but we know he's talking about the 914 that he caught at Lake Fork last week. Jay Przekurat, Power Pole Replay of the Day. Yes, sir. We're glad we had a camera with you to boat flip this 3-pounder. That's really like boat flipping an 8-pounder at Lake Fork also, by the way. Look at the big old smile. Every angler that has fished this area, the Sabine River, understands what a chunk of gold that is. Power Pole Replay of the Day, Jay Przekurat.
Guys, you mentioned Jay Przekurat's awesome 2025 season and how it dates back to last year with no cuts, so no missed cuts. Once we got out of Florida in April, he got a 5th at Murray, 6th at Wheeler, a 3rd at Smith. He won the Open at St. Clair, a 20th at Champlain, 32nd at the St. Lawrence. He got 2nd at Leech Lake as well in the Opens to end the year.
He is unreal.
Beast. Never been out of the top 10 in AOY.
Yeah, that's
in
right.
his Elite Series career.
8th was, I think, his highest finish, right?
Tough year.
Yeah. Disaster.
He's never really a loud dude, but what I saw when he caught that 3-pounder was disbelief.
Bo Browning, possible keeper there. I think it might be.
Featuring a whole different end of the measuring stick this week.
Two. Little bitty dude.
Looks like he's a keeper. Second one for him.
Yeah.
Stop.
Hank Cherry's 5 fish just popped in all at the same time. 3rd place, 5'9".
Number 2.
One
Couple
per
keepers
hour
gets Pope.
so far,
Yeah.
Tommy. You take off at 6:30, first keeper 7:35, second keeper 8:39.
Got him in the top 10.
Tell me about making a move. Well, we caught one. We were over here in Square Lake, and I just figured everybody else was coming in here, and I really didn't have any other spots. So I was like, let's just try to join the crowd and see what we catch. And ended up catching one. It was a pound and a halfer. So if we catch 4 more like that, it'll be pretty good. But yeah, I don't really have anywhere else to go now. I think we're gonna just go hit Adams and Cow and just take our time and try to not rush ourselves. Kind of coming out of here a little early, but ready to get on out of here. I think I got something else in Adams and Cow too we can figure out. So we're gonna try to do it.
I was out on the water the last time we were here, covering from the water, and saw Tyler Rivette catch a quick limit over in Adams Bayou. He's fished over in those 2 areas quite a bit and knows them very well.
Swindle.
Man.
Speaking of being on the water, he's on the exact same point that we covered him a couple of years ago here. So Gerald must have had a bite or 2 there in practice.
Rivette committing to that mohawk too. I like it.
Oh yeah, man, that's like that's out there.
He catches him with it. You can convince an angler to do anything as long as they catch him.
Wear a traffic cone on your head if you catch him. It's back next week, right?
For 10 pounds, people would do it here. Hearing rumors off the water that Lee Livesey potentially 7 to 8 pounds, and Justin Hamner with 7 pounds.
Are you 12? Please be 12. I hope you're 12. No, he's not. Dang it. Dang it. Yeah, it's that side. Ah! He wasn't even close, but I was still trying to make sure. Hey, I caught a bass, though. That was neat. I still got it, ladies and gentlemen. I still got it. Don't count me out yet. I don't know if you noticed that hook set, but it was more
like everywhere you pan, there's just dots, gators,
and reel.
Drum, redfish, bass. I mean, there's a bunch,
That's hard up. Gosh, dang.
bunch of bass in this place. There is. But there's also a bunch of other crap in here, too.
Everyone's settling in. Our 6 cameras out on the water. I guess Tyler Rivette's making a little move, but
Okay. I'm
Better
right
turn on my
there.
forward facing and get out there.
Just come bite me.
That's what I told Lester. I said, man, you should,
Knock,
when you get
knock.
tired of where you're fishing, you should come in here and see if you can scope any of them out in the middle.
Be nice.
Any day
13 incher.
now.
Good.
Yeah, I wonder if we didn't get many Marshalls too, though, because a lot of those, I mean, if you lived up the river, your house has got water in it. You know, it looked like a hurricane went through.
Jay, hot possible? Nah.
Little bait stealer.
I think so.
Measure this one and see. Nope.
Definitely not a 3-pounder.
No, not a 3. He's spoiled now.
Yeah.
He's seen the best of it. Maybe he can get some more 3-pounders in the boat. He is our Phoenix Boat's big bass leader. As it stands right now, Jay Przekurat there in 7th place. Carl Jochimson hanging in there in the top spot, along with Tyler Williams and Hank Cherry. All his fish, as Such mentioned, his fish came in at one time to put himself in our top 5 with Iaconelli and De Palma. Plenty more to come from here on the Gulf Coast. Bassmaster Live, and it's day number 1 of the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite here at the Sabine River, 6th stop of the year. The Bassmaster Elite Series. We get done with this one, and we are 2/3 of the way through this season. Hard to believe. It seems like we've been doing this for a month. And this is special day. I'll give you a little insight. It's different for us because Davey and I are live on site. Dave Mercer is always on site. We get to have the benefit of Dave here, and I'll give you some unsolicited Bassmaster Live history. The first year we did Bassmaster Live, we did the first at the Classic at Hartwell, and then we came here and did it on site, right over there where the weigh-in stage is. And me, Zona, and our special angler, because we're only there on the final 2 days with the live, was the man who's leading this tournament right now, Carl Jochimson.
Wow. Came
in and did our analysis for us because he was done competing for 2 days and offered some good stuff. It was great.
So this was the first live for a Bassmaster Elite event, was right here in Orange, Texas.
Right.
Wow, that's cool.
We did one more live at Guntersville, and since then it was
abandoned me.
Abandoned Dave Mercer. Get away from Dave and go to the studio and never come out.
I remember it well. I remember I was walking into a portalette, and I said, "See you next week." And I never saw you again, Tommy. I got a call and said, "Hey, guess what? We're staying in the studio." But it's good to see you guys. I'm starting to think you were turning into holograms. I didn't know if you were real.
I felt like that too. Hey, speaking of Carl Jochimson, he's up for a little award here today, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. Mercury Move of the Day. It's a great start for Carl Jochimson. Hey, when you come to the Sabine River and you put your first keeper in the boat at 7:09, what a start. And he kept it going. We've seen 1 or 2 anglers put a keeper in their boat early, but weren't able to keep it going, but not Carl. Followed it up at 7:59 with a 1.5 pound, another 1.5 pounds about 14, 15 minutes later, another 2-pounder. Great start. Mercury Move of the Day on the Sabine River, Carl Jochimson.
Let's get over to Mark Menendez. The main tip Carl gave us 10 years ago at that thing was the same thing you were talking about. Find a hard edge. He says, I couldn't find a hard edge because the water was like it is now, up.
Wow.
All over the place. Beautiful shot with our Lowrance bird's eye view.
That shot gives you a real good idea of what these anglers traverse. When you're watching them fish, you don't realize how far in to the forest / jungle he is. I think Jordan Lee brought a tree cutter on the deck of his boat yesterday for pre-fish to try and get into some stuff. I say tree cutter. I don't think it was a chainsaw. It was some cutting device.
Oh.
Got one in the box. Let one that should have put him in the box. So we only had 2 keeper bites, which is a little disturbing. But boy, I have caught at least a dozen small fish, which tells me I'm in the right area. And got several good bites. Several good bites, and I'm just can't wait to get one of those good ones to bite it. That's all there is to it. It's going to happen. I wish it would be sooner than later, but we'll get another bite. I'm convinced of that. This is the most fertile looking water that I've found. It's a race against the tide. We're on a rise now. He pulled all this clean water out of the back of the marsh back here, and now that the tide is turned coming in, it's going to dirty this up, and they get harder to catch when it's dirty. They just do. So I was hoping to really come through here and pop several fish that would help, but it just hadn't happened yet.
Make ourselves a move. Not too far away, it looks like. No, wait. Far away? No, not that far. Other side of town. John Cox.
They always mess with you like that, Tommy?
Always. Every time. It's a game. It's a game they play back there.
I need to respect this man.
I got to take Dramamine before I do a show now. That's how bad it is.
Got him. Nice one on the general. Come here, baby. Come here. Yes. Yes. Look at that. Swallowed it. Oh, that's a pretty fish. Look at that. Man. All right. I'm not gonna put floating in. We're just gonna. Let me see if the hook's right here. Oh, it's way in there. Oh, no.
Appreciate every fish here. Every fish.
Oh my gosh, yes.
That's a good one right there. That'll work. That's a fatty. That's a fatty. That's a giant Sabine fish right there. All right. Old game hog got that one. Number 2 going to the tank. That's a giant. That's a pound 6 right there, but I'll take him. I'm excited to take him.
Mark Menendez went top 25 here in 2021. He's put a few that size in the boat and bigger. Discover the man who just landed the Phoenix Boat's big bass of the tournament so far, 3 pounds, Jay Przekurat.
3 top 10s, 3 out of 5, not so bad.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Starting to figure out a little pattern.
I think I figured it out. Wow. Pound and 3/4.
Pound and 3/4 will move the needle in this place. For Jay Przekurat already sitting in 7th place.
And coming into this event, this on paper would be one where you would be concerned about Jay Przekurat.
Yeah.
When you look at his hopes for Angler of the Year, boy, if he catches them here.
Oh my gosh.
Look
Katie
out.
bar the door. He just has no holes in his game. I mean, he could do the old stuff with anyone. He could do the new stuff with anyone. He's just a singularity. Another keeper. Heard him say when he caught the last one, I think I got this figured out. Good news for the rest of the anglers here, right?
Good news for the weigh-in.
Yeah.
That's only 4. Being extra careful. the heck, man? I just really hit the forward.
Cannot contain himself. That's Jay, out of control as usual, right there.
You heard him say, I'm being extra careful. Those are one of the problems you're dealing with, these pesky little bass.
That's right.
They'll jump out of that live well.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen a couple just really make a great break for freedom right now. Carl Jochimson, the man on top, Jay Przekurat. Big move. Two like that will definitely move the needle. And there he is right there at second place. Boy, we got a lot more coming. Things heating up on the Sabine. Well into our third hour of competition here. Day one of the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. Down here on the Texas Gulf Coast, a completely different sort of environment, different from anywhere we go during the course of a season. And we've made multiple visits here and have enjoyed it each and every time. We're with 6 anglers in the boat all day long today. One of those anglers, our lone rookie in our lineup of the 6, is Bo Browning. Bo, great college career, son of famous Stephen Browning. Spent so many productive years here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
This is right up his alley. Dirty water, you know.
So that's the
river
crazy
stuff.
thing. This place is
Yeah.
full of trash fish. Everybody's catching reds, flounder, the whole 9 yards. Everything I caught this week was a bass. Yeah, I was like, I have not caught a trash fish yet. I'm sure I'll. Yeah, baby. That's a good keeper there now. Whew. I needed that bite, so I keep going back in here. Yes. One and a half. Come on. I'm getting in my little rhythm. They're eating my little spinner bug that I haven't thrown in about 10 years probably. I like a chatterbait. Well, I like it when they eat a spinnerbait too. That's pretty cool. I like it. They go thunk. And man, that dude pushed at the cast before and I was like, what was that? I figured it was a little bitty one, honestly. And I rolled it through that second time and creeped it. And all 1 pound, 8 ounces of him. Got a hold of it. I'm throwing a little spinnerbait. I'm not sponsored by them, but it is it's a Bass Man. I think it's a company out of Australia. They make a good spinnerbait. Now what I did was I just took the skirt off. It's a little 3/8 ounce. I think it's their compact series is what they call it. I just took the skirt off and put a little custom skirt. My buddy Stick up in Missouri makes for me. Got a little bit of flash to it. Just a little bitty, dude. I mean, it's some Arkansas River stuff here, but I'm just creeping along.
Props to Stick in Australia and the Arkansas River. Credit where credit is due. Bo Browning proving his position back into the top 10. He's at 8th now as it stands. That was a good one.
Just creeping.
Yeah.
I mean, so far we got 3 keepers. They've all been pretty random, all on different baits. And we're back here where we caught our nice one first thing. And man, it's starting to fill up a little more each time. That last one, you know, we got the one on the spinnerbait, and that was right off the bat. And then caught one back there. I don't remember if it was on the jig or this bladed jig, but our last one, I got hung up, eased up, saw it swim off the bank, and turned around and fired a general up to it and caught it. So That was pretty neat. It was actually, it kind of looked like there might have been a little bit of a bed there, but I don't know, that was pretty exciting. But so we got 3 in there, you know, just hoping, you know, get 2 more and maybe get lucky and get a big one. But that dirtier water is starting to slowly roll in. I might try to just slow down a little bit. Just see that one. I mean, he swallowed the general, so maybe they want something not moving too much. But I think we're going to go ahead and do another lap around the pond. The sun's coming up. The shade's getting less and less. It should really start condensing them down to a little bit tighter areas, so we can kind of have a better idea where they're at, where they're sitting.
As that sun gets higher, that shade line narrows, and so does the target. Being from Arkansas, I'm sure old Sticks made you a few spinnerbait skirts over the years, hasn't he?
No, he has not.
Oh, wow.
I look in the mail every day for something from Sticks, and no, never.
Come on, Sticks. Get your act together. Tommy needs spinnerbait skirts.
One thing that's held me back all these years
really
is a lack of a proper skirt.
I've heard that.
What? I think some of that dirty water has moved in here.
Yeah.
Tons of rain up in the northern part of East Texas earlier in the week. You know, every year we've come here, there's been a hurricane in the weeks leading up or some sort of natural phenomenon. I thought this time it's going to be just and then all that rain.
No.
Just last week and the week before.
Yeah, and with all the wind in pre-fish, the tide is having trouble moving out, is what I mean. So that's why it's always going to be tough every time you come here. But I will tell you this, every single time we come here, I feel like this is what day one feels like, where you're just kind of like, there's a lot of smaller fish. But as this event goes on, it's always compelling. You think of all the things that we've seen over Lee Livesey's giant run that he made the last time we were here.
Down to the Trinity, and
Jason Christie, you know, watching his RPMs to conserve gas to be able to make it somewhere. It is an old school bass fishing tournament.
It really is. It's got all the risk and reward stuff, you know, and nothing's guaranteed, and anything you can scratch out might get you there.
Yeah.
Now you can scratch out your choices for the game called Falcon Rod's Bassmaster Drain the Lake. They might do you a lot of good. That's a fantasy fishing game, one of the 3 for the Bassmasters. But once you make those choices, they're scratched forever. They're scratched for the year. It is a progressive or diminishing pool type proposition there. So you got to figure out who do you save for the final 3 tournaments of the year, which are coming up sooner than you think. Check it out at Bassmaster.com. That's the most challenging, I think, of the 3 games.
Being that's an old school, you know, bass fishing tournament, I say Sunday, our top 10, we put them in jumpsuits and the high foam hats.
Let's do it. That would be so great.
Nothing says Championship Sunday like John Cox in a onesie.
At least a super patched out vest, something like that.
Iconelli will have one if he makes Saturday. He's got one for each Saturday, and he gives it away to the crowd.
Well,
I almost trampled a 12-year-old to get it at the Pasquotank River.
How do you almost trample a 12-year-old?
Well, he was quicker than I thought. I underestimated his sneakiness.
You watched Ike and his victory on the Delaware River, you think, man, that's the skill set you need here.
Yeah.
Just, you know, investigate every little corner of a backwater place that no one would even think to go bass fishing.
Tommy, you were talking about how this was the first elite that we did Bass Live for in 2015. Well, that Delaware River event in 2014 you mentioned was where Mr. Jerry McInnes showed off a possibility of live in the middle of that season. And our guy Howard Downs had to work crazily the rest of the year to make it happen in 2015. So it is unique how.
Yeah, he threw down the gauntlet, and lo and behold, it was happening the next year.
Gosh, that was a fun weigh-in.
Yeah, that was.
It was the
People are
closest we
so
ever got to
abusive in Philadelphia.
WWE.
I want to go back there.
I'm all about it. I loved it. It was one of my favorite. By far, this is the home of the record crowds, but as far as like the most vocal, I mean, Philadelphia lived up to Philadelphia.
Absolutely. The people who would boo Santa Claus were all there in the stands for that final weigh-in. Not just boo.
No.
Beyond boo.
Hit him with a snowball.
Hey.
Let's take it down to Jay Przekurat.
Sometimes Santa needs booed.
Absolutely. I think we've all had a Christmas where Santa, fell short of the glory.
Never got that Red Ryder BB gun.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Caught me off guard there, little buddy. Ah, he's fat, but he's not long. Dang. That's a problem.
No.
He is quite helpless.
When it's 14, you get 13 eights, etc. When it's 12, you get a whole slew of 11 11s. That's just the way it goes here. Carl Jochimson on top of the leaderboard. De Palma, Cifuentes, Przekurat, and Eber rounding out our top 5. Still plenty of time left. $2025 MAXAM Tires Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. We are down on the Gulf, just inside the Gulf. The Sabine River, which starts up there way north of where we fished last week at Lake Fork, forms a border between Louisiana, Texas for a while, Toledo Bend, and all the way down here.
Hey, something's sitting down there. How long was I going to let him swim? Hey, look out now. Look out now. I don't even think I got measured him. I was trying to shake him off, but oh, we got a 13-incher, baby. Look out. Look out! Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. See if I can shake another one off. Oh, that'd be nice if you stacked up, catch a limit. I couldn't get that lucky. We got a bass. I got a bass. Took me quite a while, but I got me a bass.
One keeper in the boat, and he's a new man, so to speak.
I see what you did there.
Right there. How about that?
You are a professional.
Well, Dave, it's all about the writing.
I don't know if I had a bite there or what, but it was a weird deal. Kind of felt like a bite. I don't know.
Przekurat settled into the top 5 about an hour ago, and you got to fully expect him to live there till the tournament's over, based on his status out here.
He's such a ball of emotions, it's hard to tell what's going on in his mind.
Yeah, that's kind of the background noise, a distraction is crazy with him.
Water's getting high.
You also have to consider being able to get out.
Yeah, you're making a bet here that you've reached high tide, right?
Could you imagine that feeling?
Just taking a nap
Just
on the
blast them.
bridge.
Go get yourself 13, 14 pounds and can't get back under.
We got about 1 more inch. It's coming up quick. Woo. That ain't good. Huh. That's good.
I can't help but look, guys, at the ticker at the bottom and see 6th place Dakota Ebear and how he had 30 pounds on day 1 at Fork and only 1
Past the
bass
next
for
bridge,
110
I
on
had
day
some
2.
bites over here.
6 pounds seems like nothing, but he needed 6 pounds day 2 at Fork to make the cut.
I think Dakota's going to have a big week this week. I think everybody's shocked to see how tough it's been for him, but I don't know why. I just feel like, he said he said he's fished a lot of tough rivers, and Mom's going red fishing today. She's going to blast them.
Yeah, he was definitely one of our top 5 prospects of newcomers, coming in here this year. He's got such a great record, so much won through the years leading up to his elite debut.
He's won so much he can't even compete for
he
rookie
can't be a
of the
rookie.
year.
Yeah.
But trust me, he'll get it under him, and
It didn't launch out, so I figured it was a magnum. It's a keeper. Yeah, we got 5. Giant bass. It's a 1-pounder. Giant.
Where does he come up with this stuff?
Yeah, might be the most you hear it this week.
It's already double the expected output on the giant bass.
Goal number 1 checked off, right?
Yep. Check that off the list.
He just is the perfect makeup to be a professional angler.
I thought I would have said it was 2 pounds. He was dogging me.
You mean temperament-wise?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, if you look at all of the Hall of Famers, most of them have his exact same temperament. I mean, literally the exception to the rule. And I always say this, the only spaz in the bunch is Iaconelli. And then I would make the argument that the calmest you will see him is when he's actually fishing.
A lot of anglers are off Bass Track. A couple just came. All 5 of their fish came in. Bernie Schultz, he's in the top 10, and Ray Hanselman is just outside the top 10.
Feel the burn.
Yeah.
He has a good track record here. Multiple top 20s, I do believe.
I got the cast net or something. Oh, no, I don't think it was a cast net. I don't think I would have got off that easy. Oh, dang it, keep going. Don't pull down here.
Multiple cuts, not multiple cuts.
Hot diggity dog. Hot diggity dog. Ryder knows what I'm talking about. Hot diggity dog. Go ahead and call that one 12 ounces. I try to be accurate, but I'd rather be a little light than heavy.
Brand new, kind of a little streak here. Couple of keepers in there. New outlook, brand new outlook. If you're looking for something else that's kind of relatively new in the sport of bass fishing, how about the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series? Growing in influence and reach every passing year. Got a big tournament coming up at Lake Tenkiller. Last day of May, first day of June, and then a couple of weeks after that, we'll be up there with a Bassmaster Elite event. Hit the QR code and find out more about Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series.
You know, here on the Sabine River, it's very complex. You have other tributaries coming in, so the playing field is really big. It's really mental to get into an area and fish your way through it. The other thing is here is if you get an opportunity at a 2 or 3 pounder, you better darn sure land it, because that's like getting to weigh an extra 2 or 3 fish. So it's really hard to stay composed within yourself because the land is so great, you know, the area is so big, and you're thinking, man, I know a spot way over here, but you may not have the gas capacity to get there. So practice is important, being thorough is important, and then staying in the game from start to finish during the tournament day is the ultimate importance. That's a fatty. That's a fatty. That's a giant Sabine fish right there.
Mark Menendez, one of his 3 elite wins, was up on the old Arkansas River, involved getting back to an out-of-the-way place, a little culvert crawling, etc. And paid off for it at that one there. And he ain't scared to go back as far as you can go.
He's not. He's fished some tough events in his career. He understands mentally you have to stay focused, even though the bites are few and far between. They're so important when you do get a keeper bite. And here's one for him.
There's number 3.
Can you talk about how complex the Sabine River is?
Just a second. number 3 taken care of here. Oh yeah. All right. Number 3. That's a bonus. That's the bonus. There's red and white. And there's black. There we go. All right, we're halfway over the hump now. We've got 3. It's just going to be a true blue grinder. I thought I could sneak in here and catch me 5 real fast, but it's just not the way it's going to be. I thought with the clean water in here and the tide moving it out, I'd have a little more time. But this is a really tough place to fish. It's takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of thought on how you're going to use your entire day. And I don't do well with that big Yamaha outboard back there running. So I decided to hunker down in there. And that's what I've always done on tidal bodies of water. Find the best potential area, hunker down and fish. Fish through the tide. And we don't have the most optimum tide. We're catching the bottom of the low tide to the rise today. So we're somewhere between here and here right now. But it's not bad. It's not bad. Really tough all over the place. It's been blown out from a big flood, and it's pushed all the fish. As you can see, there's lots of water back through those cypress trees that I can't get to. I just can't get to it. So a big population of those fish are not even in play this week, so it's making it really tough. So give me 2 more just like that. I'll be happy boy.
Incredible shot there to help illustrate Mark's point. It's just so many places to run off and hide from the world in here. Mark explains to us what's good and what's challenging about it.
Yeah, a lot of what you were talking about, Dave. The water is up now this time of day and the rest of the day, where you could go back in those woods seemingly forever. A lot of those fish spread out, makes it difficult.
Let's get back out to Bo Browning. Bo just under our top 10 as it stands right now.
Bo, obviously a rookie, but we just talked about Mark Menendez's roommate, Bernie Schultz, catching him here this week. In my experience, these tough events play well for the vets, just because mentally they don't check out of it. And Bo Browning obviously has kept very engaged in it because he's catching fish.
I snatched his little butt. 1 pounder. Thank you. Yeah, it was like lift him in here. Number 4.
Bo Browning was a talented golfer as a kid, but eventually came around to embrace the old family business.
The old family business, right? To your point, Dave Mercer, about the veterans being able to adapt to this, we have been blessed with a lot of big fish tournaments in recent years, but this was more the norm 20 years ago than it is now. There were a lot of events. I'm not saying the majority of them, but there were 2, 3, maybe 4 events a year where keepers were just so important. Catching 2-pounders was
it is windy. Maybe it's
huge.
going to blow them all to this side.
Are you politely saying that the pros of the past were tougher?
No. I'm I absolutely am not. I mean, I think we all expect to see Bo Brown doing exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
But
I just mean that these pros are coddled. We go to nice fisheries. Back in the day when Davey Height was cutting his teeth.
That's right. They had to walk through the snow. They get to
Absolutely.
work every day,
Yeah.
uphill both ways. That's right.
Bluegill.
I mean, I remember.
I mean, that's where all the bluegill went. They were all kind of scattered through the pond. The day I came in and practice. Now they're all sitting up under this stuff.
I will say, back to that point, just one more second. I think now every Elite Series event we go to is a special location. Some because they have a lot of big fish, some because we have a lot of bass fishing fans that embrace us being here, in this case. But 20 and 30 years ago, I don't know if every place necessarily we were there because it was special. I do think there's a lot of attention paid to that now, that we try to go to the best places. They're not all the best because they're all big fish. There's different reasons why we enjoy going to different places throughout the country.
And the sport has totally evolved in the way that you could go anywhere and you're going to have a hero at the end of the day.
Yes.
But now you get to see what actually goes on throughout the day. 20 years ago when it wasn't live, I think it was less important to go to some of these better fisheries to keep action going. I mean, because at the end of the day, I mean, Ray Scott could make anybody look like a hero.
Yeah. That's a great point. I mean, even at Fork, we had anglers saying, yeah, I caught 28 pounds, but it looked a lot better on paper than it actually was out there. I had 6 bites all day. So, yeah, you're exactly right.
I wonder if we talk to those same anglers about midway through today, if they pull that, it looks better on paper. Last week, all of a sudden, they're like, no, it just looked better.
Hey, but the way in today, it'll just look better.
Yeah.
Definitely. John Cox having a good season. Really strong, solid.
Not only doesn't have forward-facing sonar in his boat, says he's kind of scared of it. Not because of what it will give him, but what he feels it would take away from him. He said so much of his weapon is everything that he hears and sees, that he says he thinks that a lot of anglers are not quite as in tune with nature as he is. And he said, if I start looking down and I stop paying attention to those things, I mean, I think the world could learn a lesson from that if my kids would stop looking down and they looked around once in a while. But really, it's a simple way of looking at it, but kind of explains the mastery behind his mind.
Yeah, he doesn't want to lose that muscle.
Yeah.
That does that incredible stuff that puts him up there.
We all talk to a lot of anglers. I think we can all agree. Some anglers, the live sonar, the forward facing, is really messing with their head right now.
Yeah.
Want to use it, but don't want to use it.
Got it. Oh, he came off. That was a 12-incher. Damn. He gave me 3 shots. How about that?
Tyler made a little move from his starting location, very close to takeoff, and now he's a little farther away, but 10 minutes or so from takeoff. Making a move on the leaderboard, Dakota Bear up to second place now. Wow.
Looks like the big bass list from Lake Fork one day.
We have rolled through the better part of the first half of our fishing day here on the Sabine River, the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite here on day number 1. Very important. All day is important. Gaining points, gaining positions on the leaderboard so you can be in the top 50 at the end of the day tomorrow. That's the big plan, of course. The master plan, Carl Jochimson. Best of them all so far today, 8 pounds and 8 ounces. As Dave Mercer pointed out, big move for Dakota Bear back to the top of the leaderboard. Had a fast start last week. Up on the upper reaches of the Sabine drainage up in Lake Fork. Another good start by a man who seems to start well and finish well everywhere we go. Przekurat.
Going out on a limb. I'm just putting it out in the universe. Dakota Bear makes his first top 10 here this week.
All right.
Which would be his first top 50 as well.
Yeah, tough luck last week. A great start.
It will. It's kind of why I wanted to stay on.
It's going to be a help for him. I think his first fish was
less than a pound, or right at a pound.
10 ounces, and it was actually put into Bass Track accidentally for a little while as 10 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's been fixed.
That's just to see if you're paying attention.
Like a 1-1, 1-2. We'll take it.
Huge upgrade from 10 ounces.
Although
I mean, honestly, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, massive here.
Half a pound.
And how did you know that fish was not going to get off with Przekurat? The way things are rolling for him.
Yeah. Never a doubt.
Never a doubt.
Never a doubt. Mr. Automatic. Let's get back to Brian New, won his very first Elite Series event.
You know, we kind of got can be going. You can either really cover some water, or you can kind of hunker down and just pick everything apart. And there's been so much pressure and continues to be so. Plus the wind kind of makes it a little bit more difficult to just really make good casts, flips, everything. So I'm just deciding to hunker down and just really fish slow and pick things apart. Just caught 2 back there, and I noticed I had just barely rolled the tip over on my hook, and it was probably fine, but
Brian New knows you got to take advantage if you get one of those bites. Let's get him hooked up and bring him in the boat. Back over to Bo Browning.
I'm just, I'm actually up in Hildebrandt Bayou, right by Taylor's. I've got some stuff in Taylor's, I've got some stuff in here. But basically, golly, if I get my stuff out of the trees. I've just got a bunch of targets to throw at. Wow, though. the bunch of targets to throw at, and I'm just taking a spinnerbait, a little bitty spinnerbait, a chatterbait, and a little flipping setup, and just picking everything in front of me apart. I mean, it's a lot of targets to throw at for a handful of bites, but I've been catching decent quality. I mean, I've got 2 pound-and-a-halfers, which doesn't sound like much, but in this deal, pound-and-a-halfers are good. You know, 2-pounders are gold. So if I could just really and truly fill up my limit with another pound-and-a-halfer and catch 1 or 2 more, I'd probably be sitting all right. Figure 6.5, 7 pounds would be good. Maybe just 6. I don't really know, to be honest with you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Plenty of them. I love watching it. Especially when he's in his zone. It's cool to watch.
Great morning out there. I mean, in a different sort of way than where we came from, but still just great competition. That's why we're here so many times.
Absolutely. And I think Bo Brown just nailed it. I mean, pound-and-a-halfers are good here. 2-pounders are gold. And you just have to keep that mindset, and we'll see. A lot of fish catches so far. A lot of small fish. We kind of expected that.
How great is it to hang with our buddy Dave Mercer here? Dave, we're going to lean on you until you put a lid on it. I mean, we love having you on the set here.
I love hanging out here.
Your touch is great, but we're going to reach the time of day here just momentarily when we'll go to a commercial break and come back. And Dave Mercer assembles the halftime show for us with Kyle Jesse and special guests. And what? No.
The catering truck roll.
No.
I thought it was part of this team.
I don't know if you're going to get a chance at that today. But yeah, all right. Yeah, hang in there. We look forward to it. Special guests, maybe some bonus. Who knows what's coming up?
Bring me back a dinner roll or something.
Okay. Well, free napkins also, I understand, available out there. Carl Jochimson on top of the leaderboard with Jay Securit up there in second place. Dakota Ebear predicted to be in the top 10 this week. Tyler Williams, Chris Zaldane making a big move. One of our Texans in the field. Greg DePalma, Sequentes Tompkins, Iconelli, and Bernie Schultz, the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite. And halftime coming up.
Officially the first event of the second half of the season, the 6th stop of 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And yes, under all those trees is a fishery, and that fishery we are fishing here this week. The Sabine River, a winding, twisting body of water that is ever growing, and the one thing that doesn't seem to grow here is the fish so far. What a different tournament we have this week compared to last week. Obviously, Lake Fork, we threatened the biggest winning weight ever. Didn't break that record, but we may break another record here this week, which is the lowest winning weight, but a compelling tournament nonetheless, Kyle Jesse.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys have talked about it all morning on live. I mean, despite the size of the fish at the Sabine River, it makes for an interesting tournament. You know, making long runs, maximizing your areas close by, you know, fishing around other competitors. Obviously, I think we're going to see a lot of that this week. The Sabine River, despite the lower weights, is always a super fun tournament. And look, there's got to be a challenge. I mean, not every lake is Lake Fork. Not every bass angler out there gets to fish a lake like Lake Fork. So I think this is relatable to a lot of the fans, and how can you not enjoy this?
Well, the part I'm going to enjoy, you see that green behind us? That's going to be replaced with thousands and thousands of people. The record crowds happen right here in Orange, Texas. But let's get caught up with the action off the water with our Yamaha midday report and kick things off with the wily veteran, Mark Menendez.
You always expect Mark Menendez to do well at a body of water like this. Old school fishing, you know, he is so used to being able to maximize an area, slow down. You know, you hear him talk about that all the time in Florida, you know, when fishing around other competitors. I think that, you know, Mark Menendez is always going to be a guy that you have to keep your eye on when you get in these shallow water grinder style tournaments. You know, you guys talked about his Dardanelle win just a handful of years ago, and you know, that's exactly what he did there. Found an area to himself, and you know, Mark Menendez getting off to a pretty decent start this morning.
Bo Browning said he was looking forward to this event. Wants an old school grinder? Well, congrats, Bo. Here you go.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for. Yeah, I think he's doing well this morning, obviously. Certainly no stranger to this style of fishing in Arkansas. You know, the Arkansas River, Millwood, some of the places in Arkansas fish very similar to this. You know, obviously we know Stephen Browning, his dad's career has been widely successful when fishing rivers, so definitely going to keep an eye on Bo Browning.
He's not the only guy with a dad that does good in pro fishing, but his dad does great in walleye tournaments. But Jay Przekurat, leading progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and it seems he just catches bass at will this year.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's nothing that can stop Jay Przekurat at this point. You know, that 3-pounder that he caught, you know, to that point in the day on live, we really hadn't seen anything over, you know, 1.5 pounds really. And then Jay Przekurat, obviously your progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, catches that big one there and gets off to a great start, currently sitting in 2nd place as you see there. And yeah, I mean, when you got the momentum, you got it, and there's nothing that can stop it.
Said his 3-pounder was like catching a 10 on Lake Fork, and it sure is. I mean, this fishery is tough, but I mean, it always turns into a very compelling tournament. And the crazy thing to think of is Jay Przekurat, this was the event that many people said, you know, his charge to win Angler of the Year. This is the fishery that could hurt him. It does not seem to be hurting him at all.
Well, that's just it. You know, when you get to the end of the season, you obviously want. We'll check in with Jay Przekurat here.
For me, so. We need a mid-1.
Think things change during the day here? Do you have to adjust here, or you just keep fishing the same?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to change a little bit. I feel like the fish will start relating a lot more to shade. I can probably run a lot of shade places. Just if you're going down a bank, you can kind of see, like right now with the sun, it's kind of all shade, you know. It's not like you can really pinpoint the fish where they're sitting. So that should change them up a little bit, and then just got to put it in front of that one. It's the same deal. I have got the one, which is awesome, but most fishermen are kind of greedy, so I want another one now.
Isn't that the way? I mean, you just want one, and then when you get, I would like more of that. You know what I'd like more of? I'd like to know more of baits that are going to play in this tournament, our Bass Pro Shops top tackle. And Kyle Jesse, you've done some crack research for me, I imagine.
Absolutely. Going back all the way to 2017, there's a Bassmaster Open here at 2017. We'll have a guest that was a prominent factor in that tournament later on. But 2018, 2022, and 2023, we're taking a look right there at the top baits that showed up in the Bass Pro Shops top lures galleries. Number 1, obviously a Texas Rig Creature bait. Seems like just about everybody inside the top, 6 that were, all the 6 of the anglers we have on camera have factored in a Texas Rig Creature bait of some sort, a smaller brush hog style bait, compact. Obviously, I think that's one of the things that you see a lot here at the Sabine River, smaller baits. Number 2, which we're really hoping for by the end of the tournament. It seems like we have tried to will this into existence every tournament that we've gone to this point, but a frog. It's certainly been a factor in, just about every single Elite Series tournament we've had here. We've seen, a handful of anglers have massive success on a frog. Number 3, finesse worm. You know, it seems like everywhere we go, obviously a stick bait is going to be a prominent player. You know, we see it rigged a lot of different ways here. You know, last year Brock Mosley had a lot of success power shotting, you know, basically a Yamamoto Cinco, like a smaller one. You know, we definitely see smaller Texas rig finesse worms, a lot of different applications for that bait, but always a player here at the Sabine River. And a spinnerbait. You know, we've seen a handful of guys this morning. Bo Browning. Yeah, Bo Browning, Mark Menendez using an inline spinner. I mean, definitely see some old school tactics here. If that's what you're into, you're definitely going to see a lot of it here at the Sabine River. But as you heard Bo Browning talk about earlier on live, you know, he's using a more compact spinnerbait, smaller blades, smaller profile. Certainly been a popular one here over the years. And of course, anytime you're on a river system, you always have to have a shallow water crankbait. This, you know, obviously a square bill. We always see a balsa bait seem to, you know, work out really well here. I'm imagining by the end of this tournament we will see that again. But yeah, here at the Sabine River, those have been, you know, over the course of time, your Bass Pro Shop's top tackle.
Great stuff right there. And I mean, there's a lot of the fishing world that is excited to see spinner baits, crankbaits, a lot of that old school. This is kind of a throwback Bassmaster event and a great challenge. And I love seeing Jay Przekurat, our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. I love seeing him show the world that, hey, I got a few more arrows in my quiver.
Absolutely. I mean, by the end of the season, that's really what you want. Whoever wins Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, you want them to have proved from day one of the season all the way till the final day that they were versatile, any type of fishery, any body of water. And obviously, so far, that's what we're seeing with Jay Przekurat here at the Sabine River.
Watching Bo Browning live.
That's crazy. JT and Trey have not fished outside of a mile from each other all year, I'm pretty sure. I mean, everywhere you see one of them, there are other ones in there with them. Yeah. You know. Short.
Bo Browning, I was talking about JT McKinney and Trey McKinney and JT Tompkins. Team fishing is definitely a thing on the Elite Series. Anglers are allowed to share information, and some people love that, some people don't love it, but it's, I mean, it's part of the sport now.
And, you know, it's not for everybody. There's plenty of guys that would rather not do that because sometimes you kind of get spun out, spent in the wrong, or, you know, sent in a wrong direction. You know, and it's obviously been said forever, but it's hard to catch somebody else's fish. You know, if your practice partner, travel roommate, whatever you want to call them, you know, gets on a pattern that you're not comfortable with, I mean, that's, you know, a lot of times not a good thing.
Obviously cause for big debate because we have had information rules violated this year, but anglers are allowed to talk to each other, competitors. If they weren't, they would have nothing else to talk to each other about while they room together, because if you take fishing away, most of these guys don't have a lot to talk to each other about.
It is remarkable how many of these guys really don't have any other hobbies, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, obviously they take their job very seriously, as they should, but yeah, I don't know what else they would talk about.
A lot of ums. So the weather's nice, huh?
They would probably resort to talking about crappie fishing or some other sort of fishing. Yeah, I had the opportunity to talk to Bo last night, and you could definitely tell he was excited to not be fishing a place where it was going to take well over 20 pounds a day to qualify for semifinal Saturday.
Sounds strange to even think that. Mental part of this game is a big part, especially in events like this, and Bo is definitely prepared for that. But We got big stuff coming up. We got T-Roy joining us when we come back, local expert, and always a good time to hang out with. We'll have buying and selling, and we will continue to cover the action. Bassmaster halftime show. We will catch you up and keep you up with everything going on the Sabine River. Another week, another tournament, but this one very different than Lake Fork. Welcome into the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And we are hanging out here in beautiful Orange, Texas, and that green field behind us, that will turn into a sea of fishing freaks because this part of the world loves bass fishing, and this guy loves bass fishing. T-Roy Bassard, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
This body of water is a challenge, so much so that you spent a little time rescuing some of our anglers in pre-practice.
That's every time since y'all been here, it's 1 or 2 or maybe 5.
So how bad, I mean, obviously Kyle Patrick was the guy who I saw stuck really bad. How bad was he stuck?
On a scale of 1 to 10, 12.
Really?
He was not getting out. It was like, he had a scenario where I was the option, so we got him out.
You came around the corner in that airboat like Pamela Anderson. It was like watching Baywatch.
Well, that's really got a Yamaha inside that LS case.
I gotcha.
It can run that stuff. His Yamaha, he just didn't really want to run it hard enough. He'd have made it if he just kept going. It's a tough motor.
Don't ever avoid an opportunity to drop a sponsor plug. We appreciate that here on the halftime show. But another thing that we do here is buying or selling. Kyle, Jesse, what are we buying or selling here this week?
Yeah, so got to talk to the anglers yesterday. As soon as they came off the water, I'm going to give you 3 quotes, all right, T-Roy and Mercer, and you guys are going to tell me if you're buying it or selling it. And starting off, Patrick Walters said it's going to fish even smaller, even though we have more water to fish. T-Roy, you buying or selling that?
Buy it.
Why so? Tell me why.
This place is like 4 different areas. You have the Sabine, you have the Natchez, you have Taylor's, you have Hildebrandt, and you have, if you go all the way to Clear Lake. Right now, we've had a lot of things happen at one time. We've had a big rain. There's been a flood in Toledo Bend. Toledo Bend feeds the Natchez. I mean the Sabine. Rayburn, the Natchez comes down another area. Then you have the Taylor's Chain, which is the drainage of Beaumont, and then you have a totally different thing over in Clear Lake. Right now, it looks like the tide's going out the Natchez, but the wind is keeping it up, and it's just filtering back into the marshes on the lower end, and so the fish don't know what's going on right now. They can't understand it, so they're just getting out in places that you can't get to. Now, the other areas, probably where the majority of the field is, that's the least impacted area. And you're going to see the winner and probably the top 10 come from there. Maybe 1 or 2 outside that have areas to themselves. But I'm buying it. He's correct.
Okay. Mercer, you buying it?
I'm 100% buying for all the reasons that T-Roy just dropped.
No more explanation needed. Number 2, Chad Pipkin said it's going to take 39.5 pounds to win. We're going for an all-time low record. You think it's going to be that low? You buying it or selling it?
I'm going to sell it.
Okay. It's going to be over, you think?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. Mercer?
I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it because I have to MC the weigh-in, so I'm hoping that I can sell on that. And with what we've seen today so far, I mean, trust me, this is going to be tough. But from what we've seen, as limited a view as we have, we got 6 cameras out there, and for what we've seen so far, I'm going to say we're over that.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell that as well. I think we're gonna see over. I think by the end of the weigh-in today, we're gonna have some surprises. Obviously, a lot of guys not on Bass Track so far. So, last but not least, Brandon Lester said, all the fans that are running an old school grinder are about to get it. Maybe the easiest buying or selling of all time. You buying it?
I'm buying it with everything I got. I buy 2 of them.
Mercer?
100% buying. Clearly, we are seeing that play out.
Yeah, that has certainly been the case, and that is buying or selling here at the Sabine River.
Got our eyes on Mark Menendez.
This stretch right here looks like Venice with all these elephant ears in here. Lots of elephant ears down at Venice, or used to be anyway. Well, it's just been a little bit of efficiency. Feel good to get 3 real quick, and then now we're going to have to scratch and claw to get our next one But I'm very happy with that. They're just decent little old fish. Going to take some tactics changing here on bait presentation or size sinker or whatever as this tide keeps coming in. We're getting away from the better tide, but you just put your head down and get in an area and fish till quitting time, and that's what you got to do here.
How much weight do you think it takes?
You know, if you average 11, 12, that's what it always takes. And it may even be less now because fishing's so darn tough. It may take less. It normally takes about 14 to get a check. I think we'll be less than that just to get a check because so many of the fish are just not accessible to us because they're all up in the woods and you can't get to them. And it's really adverse conditions for what we've got going on. If the river was normal pool, everything would be the same. It would be, you know, 13 a day to win, 13 to 14 a day to win, and, you know, 7.5 to make a check. But I think we're on a tough side of that right now.
Boy, look at that watercolor. You can tell you're in the swamp.
Absolutely. It's actually not as bad as it looks. It's just a little tannicky. That's good water he's in.
Interesting to see how much current was flowing through there too. When he was on that bend, you could tell it was really coming around there pretty good.
These tougher events always seem to play well for veterans like Mark. And I think it's just simply because you have to be through one of them. Like, it's real easy to come here, especially coming from Lake Fork. Let's just look, like, be realistic from what these anglers left to they're here. And it's real easy to get caught up in the dock talk and the, you know, it's hours between bites in some situations. It's a tough, but I feel like you almost have to go through that until you get to the other side and you're like, yeah, somebody did win $100,000 and, you know, they did hoist that trophy. And then second, third, and more times you come, you just realize, hey, this is another opportunity.
We talked to John Cruz a few years ago on the podcast, I think previewing this tournament, maybe in 2021. And, you know, that's one thing he talked a lot about was like, if you can just stay mentally strong in a tournament like this, you have like half the field beat, because before the tournament ever even starts, there's, you know, always guys that are already, you know, just down on everything as far as the fishing is concerned. But if you can just stay mentally strong, definitely gives you a massive upper hand. And like you said, those veterans tend to do that very well.
Over to Bo Browning.
I gotta say, this might be the longest I've ever seen Bo fish shallow and not throw a chatterbait. I mean, he is stuck with that spinnerbait, it seemed like, all morning.
I noticed that on the list too. Why do you think a spinnerbait plays here more than a chatterbait?
It just chatterbait. I was just fixing to say he's going to catch one on that knee.
Well, you should have said it.
Chatterbait tends to get hung up a little more.
Yeah.
And there's the cypress knees, you know, and every time you hit a cypress knee, that's 16, 17 bucks gone. Spinnerbait's pretty weedless. I like a chatterbait, but here, a spinnerbait, swim jig, something that doesn't get hung up. Because it's hard to get to, you can't get to the bank to get it undone. Your trolling motor's going to hit the knees. A lot of people don't understand what's under the water right there. You can see one knee, but there'll be 20 or 30 a foot down because the water's high. And those fish get up in there and they sit in those knees.
He told me last night, whenever I had the opportunity to talk to him, that he was going to keep it very, very simple as far as game plan's concerned. You can certainly see that. Only, 4 rods on the deck hooked up again.
Same knee. If you watch these guys, they're gonna end up keying on points like that, and just about everybody that's going to catch them. Straight stretches are not going to have them right now. It's just the current. Everything's got a little current right now. That system normally has no current. That's a lock. It has a locks, and the only time there's current is when they let water out. And these guys have probably noticed it, but right now they leave those locks open during the tournament so they can come and go, and that water's just going to all day. It's going to go out. It's something we don't see because those locks stay closed, but it does help the fishing.
I've heard anglers mention that we've had a lot of wind during pre-fish, and they said that has messed with the tide. What does that mean?
It's not allowing the tide to go out, so to speak. It's like I said, it's coming down the river from the flood, and it's meeting the wind, and about right before it gets to Sabine Lake, it's starting to filter into marsh. It's still coming out the main river like here, but it's going out into the marsh rather than out to the Gulf.
Gotcha.
That wind's been for a week blowing like this.
Watching Bo Browning, boy, he sure looks comfortable in this environment.
He's about to catch another one.
Yeah,
Come on.
If you don't catch another one, I'm going to have a talk with him. Make me look bad.
I mean, much like all the young guys, the rookies, you know, he's very good with his electronics, but I mean, if you ask him, this is what he'd prefer to be doing.
Well, top our leaderboard, you can see Carl Jacobson, 8 pounds, 8 ounces, our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Jay Przekurat in second place. Dakota Ebert, big day at our last event, but fell off after that, but I'm predicting his first top 10 of the season here this week. Welcome into Orange, Texas. Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And that maze down there, that is where our anglers are competing, and it is a long, winding, turning maze that continues to grow and shrink depending on where you are on that body of water. But looking up that river, that's a great idea of just how deep into the marsh our anglers are fishing. And you saw some of the pre-fish pictures. I mean, guys were bushwhacking. But a guy who probably, you know, could just catch him right here. I mean, because he seems to catch him everywhere. This season, your current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Jay Przekurat.
If you look at his demeanor, he's real calm. He's like he's got this. You know, the way he's fishing, he's not nervous. He's catching them.
I don't think I've ever seen him nervous.
Look at that.
Get in here. Barely pinned. Hole's number 5. That's got to be a pound and a half. Yeah. There we go. Pound and a half. Calls out my 1 pounder. He was just a little fatter. Little trade. If he was more of that size. Heck yeah. Alright, there we go. Giants. That was a good one. In the weirdest spot too. Way up against that bank. Just all that good looking stuff and then catch it on the probably the worst looking stuff.
Joined by T-Roy. And T-Roy, he's going through a good number of fish. Is this the kind of fishery that he needs to start managing them?
I would say that I said it before this thing that you're going to see a lot of this. It's going to be the same range of fish, pound to 2 pound, 2.5. The guy that comes in and comes across a 5 or 6 pounder, he's going to be the one at the top because you're going to see, like you see now, the weights are so stacked. It's been fishing this way. These local tournaments, it's the same thing. Whoever gets that one kicker is going to just win it. You know, it's whoever gets that one big kicker, whether it's day 1, 2, 3, or 4, they're going to be at the top. As long as they get limits like this, it's going to be the difference.
Hooked up again.
I mean, he's just every cast now. The sun's coming out. It's setting up exactly the way it should. That's going to help him again.
Come on. Two and a half.
Oof.
Calls out number 1. Gives me 10 pounds.
Are we talking about double digits?
Some said it couldn't be done.
Well, there's some big fish in this system. You know, there was a little talk about a state record, a 6-pound state record. That might be the one recorded, but I've caught 2 over 8, several 7s, 6s, you know, over the years. A fella caught one in the Sabine here a couple years ago. Justin Royal caught a 10-pounder over here, and it was after they had a big flood in Toledo release. There's some big. I mean, there's big fish out there, far and few between. That's why I said the person that catches a 5, 6-pounder better watch out. He's gonna be hard to beat.
T-Roy, somebody catches a 10-pounder, and I'm gonna make a mess of that stage.
Any cast, it could happen on any cast. Any one of these guys could come across that, and that would be the, you know, you could be in, right now you could be 0 and catch 1 fish, you're in the lead if you caught a 10-pounder. Do I think that's going to happen? Probably not, but it could.
He built me up just to drop me back down.
Don't owe you that.
Watching Mark Menendez. He's caught a decent number of fish here today. His problem has been keepers. Gone through a bunch of 11.5 inchers.
There you go.
That's better, maybe. Snagless Sally? Or has he gone spinnerbait?
Take a fella like this is his wheelhouse right here. He's seen it all, done it all, he knows what to do.
Damn close.
Ooh.
He is mashed, and he catches it.
I believe he made it.
That's touching, and his mouth is mashed. Just one more time.
He's bumped it a couple times.
That's a 5er.
There you go.
That's a 5er. How about that? All right. So we've got 5 of them little fellas. And that's a big deal. That's a big deal in my world. And we'll have to do the rest of it come next. Pretty good deal to catch 5. I'm happy about it. Know that. Got that little fella a bit of spinnerbait. Well, now we can fish. Now the pressure's off. Now we can just fish. What will that make my total? 6? Be great. That'll be great.
Number 5 for Mark Menendez. And had to do a little manipulating, a little spinning to make sure that. So he's hoping that he's not bringing that back in. But just knowing that you got 5 in the box, a major relief here in this body of water.
Absolutely. And there's still plenty of time, you know, but you never know. I mean, you can go all day and not get a bite, or you can go half a day and not get a bite, and all of a sudden, you know, we've seen Jay, he's every cast, so it just depends on what area you're at. They'll get biting at one area they're not. That's why this whole thing is 4 different areas, like 4 different bodies of water, and it just depends on the wind, where you're at.
Is that you? No. I mean, no, yours is much faster than that. I mean,
no, that's a surface drive.
I mean, I bet you know that guy.
I might.
You told me this could get better each day.
I think so. You know, the flood water coming down the Sabine is going to slow down. If the wind, I think, is supposed to slow down, but I love it. This is awesome when you guys come down here.
We love having you here. Looky there, a new leader on top of our leaderboard, 9 pounds, 14 ounces. We thought he hit double digits, but just shy of it. Unofficial weights, obviously the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster leads Sabine River. Carl Jacobson in second. Awesome to see him in a 2-way tie with Chris Zaldane. And don't forget about Dakota Ebert. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Second week in a row we spend in the Lone Star State of Texas. This time south end of the state in Orange, Texas, Sabine River. And we've been watching the action all day long, but it's time for it. You've been waiting for it. The award-winning Bo Knows, and of course, there's no Bo Knows without Bo. Steve Bowman, what do you know today?
I know that it's kind of nice to sit down at the halftime show. This is kind of different, isn't it?
I bet you do a lot of it. This is your first time sitting on camera.
I try to stay off the camera. But the number one thing that I know, and looking through the numbers, is that the Sabine River is surprisingly consistent. Every time we come here, it's terrible, it's worse than the last time. But the reality of it is from a winning standpoint, a leading standpoint, it is surprisingly consistent. And to make that point, we've had 5 events here. Of 3 of those, the day 1 lead was the exact same weight of 15 pounds, 10 ounces.
Wow.
I mean, you just don't see that. I mean, you know, the heaviest was Hackney. He had 16.3, but that included a 6+ pounder, right, which is kind of like a 12-pounder at Lake Fork, you know. The lightest was Brock Mosley last time we were here at 14.7. And but all of them within a 1 pound, 1 few ounces pound margin from that 15.10. So if you want to put your chip on a number, put it on 15.10 for Sabine. So another thing is you know, it seems like you've talked to anglers, we talk to anglers, we see the social and it's going to be terrible, it's going to be tough. But the toughest event that we've had here was 2013. That was when we had the lowest average, which was you know, it took 5 pounds a day to make the cut, top 10. But that was when we could fish all of Texas and all of Louisiana. And it was the lowest weights that we weighed in at this site.
Was that the Chris Lane year?
No, that was the Todd Faircloth year.
Okay.
So the other part of that is I think that it's really interesting, and Jay Przekurat is making the case for it. This has been a bellwether event for Angler of the Year. All the exception of the first one. Aaron Martins finished 85th and won that year, overtook Edwin Evers at St. Clair. But since then, every time we've been here, the AOY, the eventual AOY that year has been in the top 10 at this event. That includes Welcher in 7th at 2023, Seth Fighter, 2021, he was 6th, 2018 was Justin Lucas. He was 10th. In 2015, Aaron won it again, and he was 3rd.
Wow.
And then you got Przekurat, who's making a, if you would have asked me coming in here, this was going to be where he was going to struggle. But he's got nothing but green pastures in front of him. Every tournament from this point forward kind of is in his wheelhouse, if not in his house. And he's showing out. This is one of those deals that we had this conversation at dinner last night. I was like, I love it when you see a Przekurat and a Browning and Tyler Williams, because, those guys can't fish. The heck they can't, because this is a fishing tournament. And it's the same fishing tournament that it was in 2013 as it is in 2025. Consistent numbers, same conditions.
And if you're Jay, like coming to this tournament, it's super nerve-wracking because, we just talked about it last segment. There's such a fine line between having a really good event here and a really bad event. Like, 3 guys could all get 20 bites a day, but one guy could do extremely, significantly better than any of them just by having one 3-pound bite.
I'm still just fishing. I have a lot of places that I wanted to fish, but obviously you can tell there's just been boats on everything. So I've literally just been keeping the trolling motor in the water and just fishing everything that looks good in front of me. I just fished an entire oxbow and caught like 1 dink, and then I got to the very end of it and I popped a 1.5 and a 2.5 pounder, an absolute giant for here. 2 biggest fish I've caught ever here. So things are going my way, to say the least. And yeah, my decision making right now is, I don't know, this boat traffic is a little bit concerning. Obviously, I'm sitting good where I'm at right now, so I don't have a lot to stress about, but there's a lot of used water. That's a fact. These fish are not the smartest fish. When you put it in front of them, they tend to bite. So it gets tough when, there's probably 40 or 50 other elite anglers in this area, and it's tough to get them behind people. It really is. These guys are so good. They don't miss much. Fortunately, I got 2 of the fish I guess they missed this morning, but man, it's been crazy. I can literally do no wrong. It's just been my year. I don't know what it is. Obviously there's still a lot of time to fish, but coming into today, I was really nervous. I think everybody was really nervous, and I still can just do no wrong. Everything is just happening for a reason. If I'm meant to catch them, if I'm meant to catch them. If I'm not, I'm not. It's really not up to me.
So, 40 years of covering this sport, interviewing the AOY at the end of the year. That statement that he just made is consistent from 1985 to 2025. These guys said, don't know what it is. I just couldn't do anything wrong. It just worked. There's your AOY right there.
You're calling it. Halfway through the season, you're calling it. It's done.
I'm putting my money on JP. I am doing it.
See you in August. A lot of that has got to do confidence. when you're making those decisions,
sure,
and you're not toiling over them. And Jay is fishing lights out from here, 10 killer. Obviously got to catch him still throughout this. He's 1 day in. We got 3 more days, but we catch him with 10 killer. Then he's going to St. Clair, where he's 1. Then he's going to La Crosse, where, he knows it very well.
And you're not going to completely fall out at La Crosse with his skills.
Yeah.
He's got to have
or St. Clair. Yeah.
That's right. So.
He has given us no reason to believe he's not going to catch him. But
yeah.
I'm going to give you guys some reason to debate here. We're going to go over some TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. And let's start it off. Matchup number 1. 2 previous champions from here, Brock Mosley versus Jason Christie. Who are we going with, Bowman? Making you go first.
I'll be honest with you. I think Jason Christie is probably the elite of all elites when it comes to this field right here. But on this fishery, and the way it's fishing, and the way I know that Brock Mosley is used to this kind of thing, I got to go with Brock on that.
Going Brock. Mercer, who are we going with?
On paper, it's all Brock. I mean, I think Christie's reputation here is a lot bigger than it is. I mean, he'll be the first one to remind you of that. He's won here, but he's also missed the cut like 4 times here. But I just got a feeling Christie, I mean, you look at the rest of the season for him, like I said, for Przekurat. I mean, he leaves here, then he goes to 10 Killer where he lives, then he goes to St. Clair where he has won before. He's obviously won here. And then the final event of the year in lacrosse, he's not won there, but he should.
Perfect. Perfect.
That's right.
All right, matchup number 2. Got the aluminum rig wrangle here. We got Bill Lowen versus John Cox. Bowman, where are we going?
I love John Cox, but I'm going with Bill Lowen. He fished. This is the Ohio River where he grew up, and he just understands what's happening here. This isn't, you know, John is going to catch him, but I think Bill understands if he makes it to day 3, he understands what's going to take place here.
Mercer.
Lowen fishing lights out, made every cut this year. Again, on paper, Lowen screams, but John Cox was on the podcast this week, so I got to go with Cox. I'm totally impartial.
I like it. All right, matchup number 3, Flipper's Delight. Greg Hackney versus Seth Feider.
Oh, my Lord.
This is a tough one.
You got
Bowman,
and I got to go first again?
100%.
All right, here's the deal. If we were at the funny thing is, if you go to a place like Mille Lacs, then you're going to say Seth Feider, Seth Feider, Seth Feider. You come to a place like this, it's going to say Hackney, Hackney, Hackney. But on paper, Mercer's paper, Seth Feider is really strong here, and he's fishing lights out, and I'm going to go with Seth.
I hate to even do this because I never pick against Greg Hackney, but Seth Feider was my pick at the beginning of the season to win Angler of the Year, and if that pick's going to pan out, he's got to catch him here. I'm going Seth Feider.
I like it. That is certainly a tough one. And the final matchup, it's been a reoccurring one for the last couple weeks. Jay Przekurat, Will Davis Jr. I think right now the picture is pretty clear of what we know anyways.
I got
what we know. So, Bowman, where are we going?
I'm going Jay Przekurat. I just got a feeling.
Yeah, I bet you do. Mercer?
Jay's the easy pick. Any sorry sucker could pick him because we've been watching him all day. I'll make it more interesting. I'm going to say that Jay obviously has caught him, but I believe Will Davis will catch him.
100%.
They're both going to catch him here this week. On paper, back to that piece of paper we keep talking about, going into this event, you would have leaned for Will Davis.
For sure.
So just so we're not seeing him, I'm saying Will Davis still shows out.
Oh, if they were in different buckets, I would have Will Davis in my fantasy team for 100%.
TH Marine Fantasy Pick'ems, and you can play along at home. Check the QR code and get your picks in. Kyle, Jesse, you set the brackets, so you make them interesting.
Try to make them as difficult and as fun as possible. Those are the two criteria.
It's a perfect explanation of Bono's.
There you go. Difficult and cranky.
Difficult and fun. It's always been fun hanging out with you guys.
Let's move on with it. MAXAM Tire, Bassmaster Elite, Sabine River in Orange, Texas. We are into the second half of our day of competition here. Our live coverage sponsored by Luz. So great to have you with us on this Thursday. We start with the first of 4 days of fishing down here in this place that is unlike any other that we ever visit. But like many of the tournaments that we have held over the past 3 years, it's got a Jay Przekurat right at or near the top. And that's the situation right now. 9 pounds and 14 ounces. Headed for double digits. I just feel it's coming. Carl Jochimson held that position down for a good while today. Texan Chris Zaldane and Texan Dakota Ebert taking up 3rd and 4th spot. Let's get it out to our leader, Jay Przekurat.
Just another day at the office for Jay. Had to be a lot of pressure on him this morning, though. Leading angler of the year, and I'm sure most of the anglers, if not all of them, were concerned about catching a bass today when they left the dock. And had to feel like his tie was very tight around his neck when he was leaving in his jersey this morning. Although there is no tie there, it had to feel like one. Because you know at Lake Fork, you're going to catch some bass.
Yeah. So much can go wrong here.
Yes.
So, I mean, it can go right. You can catch fish, and it
Yes.
can still go wrong.
As we have about 50 anglers on Bass Track, a lot of others do not have Bass Track chiming in. I did find the smallest limit I think I've ever seen over the years, 5 fish, Cody Myers, for 3 pounds.
Five fish for 3 pounds?
Yeah.
Come on.
This is not catch, weigh, and release, so we can expect a little.
At least 3, 4.
Ozempic bass.
Those, yeah.
Chickapin or a largemouth?
Well, you don't want to big eye these fish down. I mean, come on. You get a reputation for that. Then what happens?
I mean, if he weighs in 5 fish for 3 pounds, we're holding all 5 of them up.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Entered 4 8-ounces and 1 1-pounder.
You're just picking up with us. We got 6 anglers among the
It's
102
going good.
where we were spending the
I
day
mean,
in the
it
boat.
slowed down from what it was this morning. I caught 4 keepers pretty quick, 2 of them being decent ones. And then things kind of slowed down for me, but it's been fun catching them how I like to catch them anyways. I know I'm around them. I watched 2 guys catch 2 right behind me, which kind of stings, but it is what it is. I think I just got to keep my head down and keep my bait wet, and eventually I'll run across a couple more of them. I should by the end of the day. I'm getting bites still anyways.
Seen a lot of fish go on a measuring board, but we have seen a lot of fish caught today with having just 6 cameras.
Yeah, for as little a focus group as we have to look at, it's been pretty decent.
Yeah, we got half our guys in the top 25. That's pretty good going for a day 1 dartboard selection.
Yeah, and it's so impressive. And with all our rookies now, how rock solid they are. And Bo Brown he's good with. You can tell mentally he's ready for this. He's ready to know that a 2-pounder is gold.
And great on camera.
Yes, oh yeah.
Very good.
I'm getting a little nervous because this big old Vexus, we get to the back of this thing, you know, we might have to back it out a long ways, but the water looks good. We're just doing little pitches around. And man, I feel like any second we're gonna get in a little section of them here. And hopefully get some bites. We only got 3 right now, but 2 more. Let's go. Yeah, this water's starting to look better and better the further in we're getting. Let's see.
The water's looking better and better, but the water's spreading out more and more. You can see that he's just in the main part of the ditch. At low water, you would have all those fish confined to that small area, but you can tell there's a lot of water under this vegetation.
It's very, very warm. It's getting warmer as the day goes on for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, come on, fish.
John, you just don't go anywhere where there's a breeze can get to. That's his problem.
He does look for those places that are totally out of the wind, out of cell service, out of a lot of things. But usually he finds where there's good population of fish in a very out-of-the-way place.
Okay, right here is where it started to getting good. And now we should be able to go down either one of these side chutes.
Brian New's got some keepers in the boat.
The cows are up.
Yeah, here we are. It's
What does that mean?
13. And we've caught a couple between 11 and 13. But only 2 keepers. Yeah, it's a struggle. I mean, I knew it was going to be packed house over here, and boy, if it ain't. I mean, I'm really sitting here thinking kind of try to get away from the boats just a little bit. I just really ain't sure what to do just yet. We're going to make some kind of adjustment here shortly. I just hope it's the right one. The wind's really blowing. It hadn't been quite like this week. It did blow pretty good yesterday, but I think it's a little more today. And I don't know. It's tough fishing, but just trying to really pick everything apart. I think I just cut Drew Cook off. I thought he might, well, he is still pulled down. All right, good. I don't want to cut nobody off, but I thought I just did. Anyways, I think I'm going to make a move right now, and I hope it's the right one. And we're going to see shortly.
Brian New, thankful, of course, for the 2 keepers he has. Could be way off. Probably is way better than a lot of other people out there. But he also knows the other side of it. You can catch big one here. He's seen Greg Hackney do it.
So I think one thing that makes this fishery, known as the Dink Fest or the Little Fish Tournament of the Year, that's what it has to offer. There are big fish here, but that's just what it has to offer, and that's the ecosystem. It's real close to the ocean, so there's a lot of salt water. They get a lot of hurricanes down here. There's so many small fish here, but there are some big ones. I was talking to Hackney earlier today when he won a few years ago. Like, he caught almost a 7-pounder, or maybe it was almost a 6-pounder the year that he won. And he caught a couple 4s. And yeah, a couple, that's not a 5 in each day, but it's still quality fish that live here. Quality bites are huge anywhere we go, but a place like this, where 6-7 pounds a day is going to give you a good tournament. You catch a 3 or 4 pounder, and even a 2.5 pounder, that's a huge difference maker here. Those are gold.
The MAXAM Tires Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River, Orange, Texas, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us here on day number 1. We got 4 full days to get the job done. If you do it well enough on days 1 and 2, that's the first objective you have to reach. You got to be in the top 50 when tomorrow's weigh-in is done. It's Przekurat, our leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. On top right now, Carl Jacobson, Chris Saldane, and Dakota Ebert. A lot of folks who did at least have some good days last time around at Lake Fork just last weekend. And we are having a good day here because we get to be on location for once. This is about time. I mean, Davey, and this is a great place to be.
It's absolutely a great place to be and a great person to be here with us, Tommy Sanders.
Absolutely.
Dave Mercer right here with us. But, hey, the tournament's shaping up exactly like what we thought. It's going to be ounces between making the cut and not making the cut. There's going to be little things, maybe a mistake, maybe you get a good hunch. Brian New's making a move right now. 2-pounders are going to make a big difference here. It's no surprise. I think all the anglers, they are ready for it, or they should be ready for it.
If you ask me, it's actually turned out even better than many. I mean, maybe I just spent too much time with our anglers, and I talked to a lot of them, and they really had a tough time this time around. But if you look at our sample size, they're catching them pretty good. I mean, we got our leader flirting with double digits. What else could you ask for here on the Sabine River?
Well, we have more. We got more this time around because we're here doing this in our background throughout this tournament. And they haven't even opened the grounds yet. It's still not even noon local time here. We're going to have the Bassmaster tailgate party sponsored by Progressive Insurance. And that's going to all be unfolding out here. We always get great crowds here. I think they had almost 45,000 people the last time around go through the turnstiles. And they're bound and determined to break that record this time around.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, not one bit. I think you'll understand why we're here. Not only are the people great, but the crowds love the Bassmaster Elite Series, and you'll see that develop behind us as the day progresses.
Well, this is a part of the country where people work hard and they play hard. So they're working today. They'll come out here later, but the weekend is going to be pretty wild and crazy, I can tell you.
I got my eyes on the Zumba flume over there. In
what is that?
Me and you will try out the Zumba flume a little
All
later.
right.
Don't you worry,
I'll prepare
Tommy.
as best I can for something I have no idea what it is.
Oh, you'll love it.
Okay.
We'll have a funnel cake afterwards.
I was going to say, is that like a beaver tail or elephant ear?
No, it's a ride. Come on, Davey.
Oh, the Zumba flume.
Hey, my mind's always on food.
Goes great with a beaver tail or what they're called, gator tail here.
Elephant ear.
Elephant ear.
Elephant ears. That's the fried
gator tail
dough,
would
right?
be more fitting, really.
Now, my knowledge of rides doesn't go past the tilt-a-whirl.
Oh,
So,
they are.
I don't know the new ones. I don't know the new generation. Same reaction, though.
Yeah.
Look out below.
It's the reason you have the funnel cake after you ride.
Yes, exactly.
Not before. Order is important.
Man, it is tough. It is tough. I really thought I'd catch a couple in here or where we were earlier, but that tide is just the exact opposite of what I need.
Forward to change in tide. When's that happen?
Oh yeah, yeah. The tide should change around 2-ish. Like should start falling around 2. And then I got one spot where it's a good little water flow, and I need the water falling, but I'm debating on going there early just to try to get a spot because I know a lot of people are going to be there, or if they're not there right now, somebody will be. That's what sucks. Like I keep thinking about it the whole time I'm fishing right here. I just want to be over there, but it's like you're wasting your time right now if it's not coming out. But if it starts coming out, you could catch them quick.
Well, if you're just joining us, we talked about it earlier. The tide's not behaving as normal as either today because of the conditions we have, including a whole bunch of water that's coming down the system.
It's so unfortunate because this certainly is not a Lake Fork, but it's better than it's going to show itself for this week because, like you said, the rain they've had north of here and all that water coming down, the tide being what it's being, the middle of the day being high for most of the day, and even, you know, the forecast I saw today with this south wind, you know, it's not even going to be falling at 2 o'clock from what I saw like Tyler's hoping for. And here's something, I heard it a lot 2 years ago when we were here. I knew it when I was fishing here, competing as an elite angler, but last event here, so many anglers. I remember Brandon Cobb was in the running, I think leading AOY coming in, and he had some places that were good at low tide, and he thought, well, I'll catch a few there when it's not low. Couldn't get a bite. Could not get a bite. So low tide is so important. They're just not going to have it. Saturday, Sunday be much better for them. Lower conditions, water conditions. Not low, but lower.
Back out to Mark Menendez. Caught some numbers today.
Say again?
How you doing this morning?
Well, we got 5. And they're little and cute, and I'm really happy to have them. Have not had an opportunity at a good fish, but glad to have 5, and that's the name of the game here, is just play par golf the whole day. And then if you get one long, you know, you look like you know what you're doing. A 2-pounder is such a big deal here. A 3-pounder is even bigger, obviously, but they're few and far between, and they're hard to come by. So getting 5 is the deal. Right there's what they're eating. Look at the end of my rod. You can see a blue crab floating down through there. 2 or 3 more, one behind him there. That's what they're eating. They just wait until seafood buffet comes by and run out there and get it. But other than not catching a big one, I'm pretty happy. I've had 6 bites and landed 5 of them. So that's a big deal. But I'm gonna stick around here until it's time to go back and not waste any time. It's an area that has fish. It's not the most opportune tide right now, but even still, I know I'm in an area that has quality fish in it, so we're gonna stay here. Maybe one of those good ones will bite. I've seen it happen before. I had no idea I was going to get this many rods out today either. Said I was going to have 4 or 5, and I ended up with like 10 to get started with.
Mark, you heard him. Shoot par and then make a couple of birdies, maybe an eagle. You can look like you know what you're doing. That's a great way to put it. Bassmaster is an initiative from B.A.S.S. in order to get more female competitors in the sport and in all other aspects of the sport besides competition. We got a series of workshops that are going on. One's going to be right here Saturday, and check it out on Bassmaster.com. Day 1 action on our Bassmaster Live coverage today. This is the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, about 200 miles by some people's estimation of waterways that you can explore and look to find enough fish to make it to the final day here. It can take you all the way up from the Toledo Bend Dam all the way over to the suburbs of Houston, if you're willing to invest the time and take the risk-reward proposition that comes with that. You've got no guarantee of a reward. Our leader right there in the top left, Przekurat.
I don't know if anyone made that run today with the wind the way it is.
I wonder. That's a good question. Just going east and south generally is going to be a big ask today.
Yeah, I would think if it's somebody's plan of things to do, they would wait at least until tomorrow the winds are supposed to be little better. Can't wait till Saturday if you're not here on Saturday, so it'll be interesting.
I remember the first year, I believe the first person that made that run, Mike McClelland.
Yes.
Had us believing the Bass track was broken. It was so far. He literally convinced us, no, I was nowhere near there. Your
Yeah.
Bass track's broken.
Yeah, he's like right around the corner from NASA over there, which just, you go, what? Fishing NASA this week, huh? Touch of color in the water here.
Yes.
We had T-Roy on the halftime show, and he said, that's good color.
All right.
I looked at it, and I was like, ooh.
They live here. That's good color for a roo. No, they live in it. They live and thrive in it, so. You hear people tell you it doesn't matter what color it is if you're just shallow fishing 2 feet deep, you know. I don't know if I totally buy that, but.
No, I agree. But certainly a lot of people would rather have stained water, borderline muddy water than super clear. I think Jay's probably not one of those particularly. Probably grew up fishing a lot clearer water than what we're seeing here.
But a lot of river knowledge. You know, being from where he's from.
Yeah.
And Davey, I mean, the whole thing with watercolor is it's just what they're used to, too.
Right.
Correct?
Yes, you're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Hey, and we think about Jay being a great smallmouth angler, but like Mercer said, where he's from in Wisconsin, the Stevens Point region, we had a college championship at Dew Bay just north of there, and the bracket on Portage Lake just there. It looks very similar to the nastiest water on the Mississippi River. It looks similar to some of these backwaters at the Sabine. He's a lot farther from Sturgeon Bay and some of those clearer finesse-type bodies of water that you see him succeed on than he puts off. But he fishes tough rivers quite a bit in Wisconsin.
I just remember him talking about Lake Hartwell was more like what he prefers to fish, clearer than even Lake Fork. Hey, I think we're starting to learn more and more that he's versatile. He's a versatile angler. I mean, it's when he first came on scene, he won a smallmouth tournament. Yeah, you know, but he catches them wherever we are. Stained water, clear water, down south, up north.
Runner up at Palatka to start the season.
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
yeah.
You know.
Boy, that was close, Palatka.
Mm-hmm.
He's never gone through you see a lot of northern anglers. Seth Fider, we saw him go through it where it was all his success was up north, and then it was always like if he could put together the southern swing.
Yeah.
Jay Przekurat has never gone through that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still searching for his kryptonite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. He is unlike anyone before him, I think.
And Patrick Walters, a little bit the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Man, if he ever figures those smallmouth out, then he's going to be dangerous. He certainly has figured them out. He's got a victory,
and the most weight ever weighed in by anyone in a smallmouth tournament. But he did that with time. I mean, he spent a bunch of time
it
up
took
there.
him a few years. And some practice time in the off season.
Jay had a bunch of success as a co-angler too, and I wonder if that's explains why his game is as well-rounded as it is.
Yeah. Won at Grand as a co-angler, I think.
Yeah, the drone shot, the watercolor looks different than it does from the camera that's in the boat with him. It looks not nearly as red from the in-boat camera. He's got to be feeling good, though, honestly.
Oh, yeah. If you got a drone on you since
and
for the last 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like he's had a drone on him since February.
Yeah, I think so. See about getting that removed.
Area that I caught the 3 keepers in, good one out of here. About the time of the day that I found this little stretch the other day, so confident high. Got me a little black and blue jig, dive and that cricket around. See if we can't get strung up with an old big 3-pounder.
Feels like Cox keeps leveling up in a video game. You know how to make it harder, the trail gets narrower and narrower every time we see him. It's like it's in skinnier and skinnier water.
You expect him to finally wind up at a leaky hydrant
Hey, if they
behind
keep
somebody's
like
house.
This, we might have to come out with that website.
I was expecting like a brush hog on the front of your boat.
Oh, I was talking about the other one.
So that's what
Okay,
leveling up
let's
means.
go.
It's a
Let's go
gamer
back
term.
to
I
the
hear that.
Rambo
And,
zone.
I'm
This
so
is
old.
terrible.
It's like, what are they talking about?
No, I thought we could at least catch some 12 inchers. Where at? Oh yeah. Okay, here we go.
Come on, Tommy, you got great riz.
I'll give you another, though, leveling up that I learned about just yesterday. I rode over here with Jake Latondras from the airport. He was with Kyoya. And he said all the way, he thought his theory was Kyoya, the excessive wind did not allow him to use his live sonar to full extent. And he said all through every day, though, Kyoya would tell him to move a little bit this way, a little bit that way, just to keep the boat level so that he gets the optimum performance out of his sonar. And I didn't know it was that critical, but I guess it is.
When you're that dialed in, it is. For me, it's like, as long as I got a transducer, I should be able to figure it out. But no, that's good stuff. I totally understand. That's just how dialed in he is.
Move your change to the other pocket if you don't mind, please, sir.
Kyoya is not afraid to tell you what to shoot, where to stand.
Oh, right.
What not to shoot.
Hey, nobody told him he couldn't.
Until he got caught. That was great. No.
Hear someone yelling? Am I just hearing things?
Got a close-up of his bait.
How is there not? It's just dead, man. It's just dead. All right, let's go. Let's go fish the boat ramp.
You guys mentioned Fujita. He just popped into the top 10, 10th.
Oh,
wow.
Out in the middle of the channel, scoping them.
Yeah. That's fully recovered from Lake Fork.
Can't believe we've gone this long without watching.
Yeah. Jay Shakirat on top. Carl Jochimson, Zaldane, and now you see there, Kyoya Fujita in the top 10, so watch out. De Palma, Iconelli, Cifuentes, Williams, and Tompkins. Be right back. We have returned to this great part of the country here, the Texas Gulf Coast, east side of the Texas Gulf Coast for the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, where people like fishing and hunting and
BFA,
sat on an air horn,
boats.
excuse me.
Pat Schlloer, a 4-pound, 4-ounce. He's taken the lead. He's got 11-13, our first double-digit bag. Pat Schlloer.
Wow. New leader, Pat Schlloer. Wow.
4-4 goes a long way.
Man, oh man.
Blowing it
4-4?
away.
Yeah. He's suddenly ran off and left everyone.
Troy Broussard was saying that those 5-pounders close to will get you over. I mean, last year, Pipkins led with a 5-12 on day one. He had 14-7. And then the next 2 days was a 5.5-pounder to lead Big Bass. So we'll see those size fish.
Well, it's been 6-6 caught here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good big fish.
Mark Fraser the year before, 2021.
Yeah. Kind of surprised us there, Such. I wasn't expecting.
I was not either. Weight all popped in at once.
Almost 12 o'clock. Due in at 3:30. Now my mind's wanting me to go check this place and go check that place. And I might. Got 2 places out here to check in this creek. But just having one location just to stay put in really helps me focus and be more efficient.
Well, no need in unnecessarily complicating things. Mark Menendez, solid philosophy there for sure that has served him through the years. Let's get out to Tyler Rivette. Won his first elite event doing something outrageously different.
Just at a little corner right now, and normally could get a few bites on here. I just had a couple little bites, and one felt okay, but I missed them, of course. But just waiting on that tide, really. I know I keep saying that, like I've known what the tide was going to do all week, but I was still able to get bitten here. That's the thing, like it's super high today, higher than it's ever been. And they just don't want to eat. It's so hard, like at the house, if the conditions, you got a high river, high tide, 20-mile-an-hour winds, like you're just staying home, you're not fishing. It's hard to get bit unless you get way off the river, like way out of there. And that's why I think Taylor's is going to be the player. Just because you ain't got the tide like over here. Oh, but I've been catching them for practice, like not a lot, but enough I thought I could get 5 fish a day. And shout out to RTO. My buddy Jack owns that, and they over there in Beaumont. That's where I got all my baits this week. Go.
That's funny. Oops, sorry. If he didn't have one already,
Yeah. He was busy, now he's got a headache.
No, I was just like reeling it on the surface and I just watched him just suck it in.
Oh, you did?
Too bad it wasn't like a 2-pounder. That would have been cool. It really actually looks really good in here. There's a lot more water actually than I thought. Than some of the other little oxbows.
A lot of good-looking water is part of the problem. There's
Yeah.
a lot of good-looking water back in those woods right there, like you were describing earlier, Dave.
Yeah, they can get so far back in that you can't get to them.
Yeah.
You have to call T-Roy to come pull you out in his airboat.
You know, Orange, Texas is a different place when you pull into town, and on the right there's a huge airboat dealership right on the interstate there.
Did you go in and have a look, Tommy?
Sure, I kicked a few fans.
I could see you.
Oh, couldn't you see me just doing that, going up on land stuff and showing off? That'd be me.
If you don't show up to Sunday's live show in an airboat,
just
I've lost all respect for you, Tommy.
We do know some people down here. We could probably facilitate.
Gosh, I would love
thoughts.
I would love to just disrupt the weigh-in, pull right up there behind you, David.
I would love it myself.
Have a 44 Magnum on his hip. You've seen that, haven't you? The lady that guides around here that runs the airboat.
Yeah.
She's got a
little hog leg.
No conceal carry. It's it's right there on her side, driving that airboat around.
I think that's the lady that once took Stevie Wright, Bassmaster, rider out and flung him.
Oh, really? That's why he's no longer.
He got a good view of the swamp.
He's not in Orange, Texas this week, is he?
I hadn't seen him.
She said, "Hold on."
He did not hold tight enough. Boy, we got cameras all over the top 50. 47, 29, 16. Obviously, we got a camera with Przekurat. We got them sprinkled all through.
That's right. This is almost strictly top 50 material that we singled out for coverage today. Usually doesn't happen that way. And we have to keep reminding you that today's bass track weights are, well, they're just a snapshot of part of the story there. We have a lot of anglers without ambassadors or marshals, you might know them.
Scrutineers.
Scrutineers. I was almost said that, and I thought you might take offense, Dave, so I held back, but thank you. As they're known in Canada.
Strange word.
Very, very
I didn't know it was strange until I said it in front of you. And the second I said it in front of you, your head snapped around.
Oh, I love that.
Scrutineer.
It's got wide.
Scrutineer to us sounds about as awkward as elephant ear to you when we're talking about a funnel cake.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Let's just call it what it is. Fried bread and sugar.
Yes.
Fried dough. That's
Hang on.
goes with anything.
Did that fairly gracefully.
Mark Menendez laid the Snagler Sally down once he got his 5-fish limit.
Yeah.
He picked up the old school double Colorado blade spinnerback.
Here
we go.
Crappie.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's
Nice
a good one down here.
Sacrolet.
That was a 12-inch Sakale. Damn. On them.
Well, that's what set it off down in Florida a few years ago.
That's what I just thought of. That could be,
the turning point.
spark that he needed.
Make sure nobody comes in front of him.
Tyler Vett and all the rest of our 5 that we're in the boat with all day will continue fishing on for the goes in the first flight. We are down to less than 2 hours fishing time, maybe a good bit less. In terms of travel, we don't know exactly where everyone has gone on this day, but we know where Pat Schlloer is. Put himself at the top of the leaderboard with the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day. 4 pounds, 4 ounces. That is going some here on the Sabine. Przekurat, Jocumsen, Zaldane, and Ebear round out our top 5. We're going to step away and step right back in a couple of minutes. Well into the second half of our day at the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. Got 6 anglers in the boat with them all day. A small sampling, but they have shown us some interesting things we need to know about this area. There's one of them right there. The rookie Bo Browning. We don't just get rookies in the lineup on the first day for variety's sake. We get good anglers and people who can express themselves quite well. Bo Browning certainly fills that bill.
Yes, he does.
So why don't we catch everyone up on what we've seen today by starting our Lose Midday Report, and we'll just start with Bo Browning.
Oh, heck yeah. Let's start with Bo Browning. Bo Browning is, I'm going to say just what it is. He's a rookie that's a bright star for his future is certainly going to be bright in the Bassmaster Elite Series. I feel confident of that. I think we all 3 here agree with that. And like you said, Tommy does a great job on camera for us. And we always love catching keeper bass here in Orange, Texas. And he's done some of that today. Good positive attitude for Bo. Just a few keepers in the boat. Doesn't have his limits yet, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say he'll find his 4th and 5th fish here before the day's over with.
At the other end of the experience spectrum, let's go to Mark Menendez fishing in his 289th Bassmaster event.
Absolutely incredible. 289 Bassmaster events. Mark Menendez was fishing before Davey Height started fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. If that tells you anything. Several years before me. Been around a long time, a lot of experience, and boy, it showed this morning. He said, I'm going to make a little run across some choppy water, but when I get to my area, I'm going to put my head down and stay in that area. And he caught non-keepers one after the other, and then he finally got things going. He got some of those that touched the 12-inch line, got him a limit before noon.
And how about our leader for most of the morning, also our leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points? We've learned now, never bet against this guy, Jay Przekurat.
Absolutely incredible what he's been able to do this year. Actually, his whole career out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jay Przekurat, just a great young angler that has shown us week in and week out he can catch him anywhere throughout the country. He had to be a little nervous this morning. Even someone with the experience that Mark Menendez has had to be a little nervous this morning. The unknown when you come here with the high water, with the windy conditions. But when he boat flipped a 3-pounder in the first few hours this morning, it's just like, man, it is unbelievable what this young angler can do. And then we saw him get this one tangled up in the blowdown, and there was no doubt he was going to land that fish. He's not going to lose a fish. He doesn't do that.
No, not in his playbook.
No,
not really.
Just an incredible start for Jay this morning. Currently unofficially in second place with 9 pounds, 14 ounces. Man, what an incredible start once again for the leader in the Angler of the Year, Jay Przekurat.
Yeah, that 3-pounder came at 8:32 in the morning, so that put a guy in a good mood as he sets about his daily duties, and he has taken advantage of it. Now, though, only one man has surpassed him for the lead.
Yeah, and if you think about it, that was a lot of emotion for Jay Przekurat. Last week, he got a little more excited when he caught a 9.14, but that's probably the second most excited I think I've ever seen him when he caught the 3-pounder here on the Sabine.
Yeah, he looked shocked.
Yes.
Like, literally had that and several times today, but proving once again when it can go wrong and still be right if it's going your direction, and it is definitely going his direction.
And today, I have to mention this because we have to keep repeating it. What we're seeing today on our show is just a part of the picture.
Yes.
Because we have a lot of anglers who have gone far away and near as well, who just don't have ambassadors, minders who tell us what the scores are.
Last week was catch, weigh, and release, so we were as close as you can get to being spot on official weights. It's not going to be that way this week. It isn't that way any other time of the year other than that catch, weigh, and release type event.
So all will be known when Dave Mercer decides to walk about 20 feet over there to the weigh-in stage and crank it up, and that's when all the facts come out. Also in our coverage today, just over the border, Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana, Tyler Rivette.
Well, I knew it'd kind of be like this when we got here, but it's so high that I think, like, waiting on a tide to turn, it still won't do anything. Especially with the wind pushing against it. Like, if it's wanting to fall, I don't think it's going to fall much by the time, like, we're here. We got to a 4, which is good, but you kind of need it to, like, turn around, start coming out and kind of do it for a little bit before they probably get back set up right here. Because they're all on the other side of the bridge right now. That's how close they are. We just can't get to them. I don't know. I know they got some good ones. Something like, and that's the bad thing. Like, I know that if they ever just a little school of them comes through, I could just catch 4 real quick, and it'll just change the day. I just don't know where else I could go to catch 4 now. It's 12 o'clock. All my stuff I thought I would be able to get bid on, it's just the water's messing it up. It's so high. Damn, chilling with the Taylors. Taylors is, I guarantee everybody in Taylors is on them. But there's gonna be like 80 people in there, so they might be splitting them up. I ain't doing no better out here. We ain't splitting nothing up because there ain't no fish. Man, come on, fish.
Looks like a pipe going under the road where Tyler is fishing, and being on the upcurrent side of a pipe is not what you want. You want to be where that water is flowing out to you.
Tyler waiting on the tide. Davey assures us the tide situation is going to be a little more doable on the weekend. Just got to get to the weekend. See what happens. Let's get out the Przekurat.
Tide's always right around him.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a first.
That's a flying fish hit the cameraman. Whoops. Here we go. Yeah. They're just flying through the air around Przekurat.
Yeah.
Keeper for any other angler, any mere mortal.
It hit the cameraman right in the head and right on out of the boat. And Jay said, I don't need just a little keeper. I've got bigger ones than that in the live well.
There's your punishment for being too small.
While we make the lure pay.
Well, I'm struggling. That's what I'm doing. Boy, the boat's over here, my goodness. I knew it was gonna be like this, but I mean, that's part of it. And now I'm just trying to trying to run some stuff where I had some bites that's a little bit away from where the core of everybody is. And, you know, not as many bites to be had, but maybe it's a little less pressure. Go right up here, about half a mile. I had a couple bites. It's kind of back away. The boat traffic's not going to have an effect on it, and hopefully there's, you know, it's been overlooked a little bit more.
Good stuff there, Brian.
Yeah.
Decent. I mean, I cannot seem to find number 5, but I mean, dang, I've got 4 that are 5 pounds, thankfully. I mean, one swing of the bat, and I feel like I'd be all right today. So, I feel like I'm all right. It's going to happen eventually down through here. I know it will. I just got to keep my cricket wet and keep my, you know, it'll happen, Lord willing. Job and keep grinding.
Good job, Bo, keeping a positive attitude about it. Got 4 keepers in the boat, looking for one more. Boy, a 3-pounder would be nice about now for Bo.
Just fix that limit right up. Just make it a valuable thing for sure. What he has may be valuable in terms of the full field today.
He was apprehensive, but real positive this morning. Just really said he was looking forward to this style of an event.
There you go, Pat Schlloer on top. Przekurat, Jacobsen, Chris Zaldain. Not too many changes over the past hour there. Same cast of characters in our top 10, which is just a sort of an imagined top 10 there. There are a lot more scores we don't know about. Dave Mercer, thank you so much for being so generous with your time today. I know you said you're going to have to go get ready for the weigh-in and do all that. And I understand that, but man, can we do some more this week?
Yeah,
let's do it.
Just going to go do some vocal exercises. Prepare.
Yeah, we're loving it down here. Texas Gulf Coast for the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. We are set up just a few steps from the ramp here at the city dock, I think they call it, here in Orange, Texas. And it's just a terrific. We've had 3 great locales for weigh-ins, the last 3 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And boy, huge crowds every year. That's why we look forward to this event. Among a lot of other reasons, but the crowds and the enthusiasm, the great people who live here in this town make it a special experience. And
they've continued to add, you know, the pavilion here where they have the concerts and all at night, or if we would have bad weather and have to seek shelter, you know, there. And the boat ramp is right here. I mean, everything is set up just perfectly.
Yeah, it's just a great deal for everyone involved here in a great part of the world here. We love it. Mark Menendez has done well here in recent years, especially back in, I believe it was 2021. He was in the top 20 in this place, and his long and storied career just keeps on going.
He does have a limit, looking to upgrade.
Tide. You know, you look back through there, you can see water back in the trees now, and they'll meander back there just because they can. Water's cleaner. It's not as dirty as it is out here on the main part of the river. So yeah, they'll slide right up in there. And when we got here, it was down, so everything pulled out. It was a little easier. Just a typical thing that happens. We just got excess water here right now, and they've got a lot more room to play where I can't go try to find them.
Mark talking about what we've been discussing most of the morning. the water coming up higher and higher during the day today. Certainly we knew it was going to be difficult. That's why I'm sure Mark was thrilled to get his limit before noon today.
We're topped out today, and you know, you see those bass, they'll go. I mean, they know there's invertebrates and worms and snakes and everything else in the world to eat back there. But
feed on a schedule. They feed when
when you don't have an abundance of keeper bass in an area, it just makes it more difficult when they're spread out more and more. And
you know, they know right now is not the most optimum time for them to feed, so they can. They're on a time schedule, that's for sure.
So, yeah, Mark was doing a great job describing what they're facing. But these are the best anglers in the business.
Yeah.
It's not all supposed to be peaches and cream all day, every day. That's what separates the...
No, we don't go any, even the place we were last week. It wasn't easy to catch them there, not by any means. We had some of the best in the world who couldn't get a limit in one of the 2 days they fished.
Yeah, so we were not there live like we are here this week. So talking to different anglers this morning, it was funny. John Cox said, you know, and I was talking about coming from a slugfest to a place where it's going to be more difficult, but, you know, the trophy's the same, the money's the same, all that. He said, hey, it wasn't a slugfest for me there. I didn't catch them.
Yeah.
So I was preparing for this event.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was joking, but from afar, it looked like everyone was catching 30 pounds, but it wasn't that easy. Yeah. Not everyone even caught limits, let alone big limits.
We haven't tested truly to find the best in the world until we go to places like this, where it's a super challenge and a very, very difficult obstacle to get by if you want to finish way up there.
So when I started fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, you qualified for the Classic with pounds, the amount of pounds and ounces that you caught for the year. And they changed that for good reason, because every tournament should be treated and scored equally. Just because you happen to catch them at a slugfest, a lot of anglers agreed, the majority agreed that, hey, it's just as difficult, if not more difficult, to win a tournament where it takes 10 pounds a day than as it does for 30. And it was so lopsided because anglers that tend to do well in those tough tournaments would miss out on qualifying for the Classic. So that's why they went to the point system. It's 100 points to win, whether it takes 30 pounds or 120 pounds. Yeah. And, you know, I think everyone that keeps up with tournaments agrees that that's the most fair way to do it.
Yeah, most accurate representation of your performance versus the rest of the field.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's take it from Mark Menendez. Not too far from where we are right now. A little farther down. And not too far from the man who was in the lead, Jay Przekurat.
I think Bo's still with 4 fish, 4 keepers.
4 keepers, I believe that's right. I'm actually sitting 30th place as it stands right now.
A lot of fishermen say it's the second most difficult fish to catch as a tournament angler. The first one is the toughest, and the 5th one is the second most difficult.
Yeah, man, just growing up in the game was such a cool experience as a kid, but then specifically watching tournaments or places that we go to like this one, and you can remember, like, a lot of times being there at weigh-in and then rewatching them back, and it's funny because just my dad's in the mix and stuff, and it's cool to watch. But no, it definitely was a huge advantage because when I was younger, I would pick his brain all the time, everywhere he went, everything he did, and take note of everything, just because I was curious. And now, you know, looking back, I'm glad I took all those notes and stuff, picking his brain about the different bodies of water that he fished. Sometimes it helps more so than others, but I mean, you know, this one didn't really play into a factor because it's so blown out, but it is cool just kind of knowing what you're getting into from all that experience.
Davey, I know, and you know too, people who hunt or fish, and they keep a diary, a very detailed diary of what happened at every hour, you know, of note during the day. Have you ever been one to do that?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely. I think it's very important. And not only just to help you remember, but I can remember things better if I write them down. So, you know, it's good to have that log, but when I have success or someone else has success and I don't, I do a better job of remembering that if I write it down in a journal or a log, something like that. Very, very important. And for someone his age, you know, he's seen these tournaments where it takes 10 pounds to win or to do well. He's seen his dad experience him going to the weigh-in.
Oh, yeah.
It's also cool, though. It has to be rewarding for Stephen to watch him. You know, all those things he's learned or seen from his dad or been able to experience because his dad was a professional angler. Bo Browning had to qualify to be here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
That's right.
He's the reason he's here. You know, his dad helped him, you know, as all dads do, but you don't get a free pass because your dad was a great fisherman. He's earned every bit of his right to be here.
Yeah, he had to grind it out to the very last day of the Opens qualifying season in order to get here, and just to get in the field of elites for this year.
Even couldn't give Bo any real tips on the fisheries, though. He just had to give him a general statement of make sure you get your points, son. He's not allowed to give that information.
That's sound advice right there.
Yeah, he was talking about, I think Bo was referring to, you know, help many, many years ago.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Stephen might be nervous to even say, get your points. I'm sure they're very careful about that. Good looking.
Uh-oh, Brian knew.
Oh my gosh, that's a freaking giant. It ain't as big as I thought, but that's a good one. Holy cow. Wow. Way to end the dry spell. Hey, I don't have to measure that one. Yeah, boy. Oh, put him in the big side. Thank you, Lord. Way to end the dry spell. Yeah, hot dog, hot diggity dog. I got 3. Huh. Oh, big, son. Hot diggity dog. I mean, in inches of water.
Tommy, full reveal, I know the song he's referring to because I have young granddaughters.
Oh, is it?
It's a child,
it's a
Miss Rachel or whatever kind of song.
Oh, okay.
Brian News Playhouse, baby.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. That's what they told us on the headphones there. Well, that's good. He has some Mousecatoodles for the job. I like that.
I wasn't going to admit it, but finally I was like, he keeps singing it. I've just got to come clean.
Yeah, well, he got to put one on the big side there. That's a good deal for Brian New. Gets him a little bit closer. He gets him a little further up the statistics. All the hay you can put in the barn today will serve you well tomorrow after the fishing is done today. And the weigh-in starts 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Check out Moultrie Behind the Tanks. The weigh-in will be right here on Bassmaster.com. Moultrie Behind the Tanks. You can see that on the YouTube.com Bassmaster official channel there on YouTube. Pat and the gang getting all the info for you. Extra stuff you might want to know. Continuing on, heading toward the weigh-in time, getting ever closer to that first day weigh-in. And you want to get as much as you can in the boat. You want to get back on time so you don't lose anything that you've been able to gather today. And how about two Wisconsin anglers? We come down here to the Texas Gulf Coast. Of course, we're going to have two guys from Wisconsin at the top of the leaderboard. The Przekurat, our leader in the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, had that spot for most of the morning today and into the afternoon. And then it was Pat Schlloer putting a big one in the boat. Our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day came into his boat today, and he is in double digits. And he's going to be.
He's going to be. The Marathon Peak performance of the day so far is undoubtedly Pat Schlloer. Fish number one at 9:27. Don't know if he got off to a quick start or not because he may have just got to his fishing location. We don't know exactly where he's at. But anyway, here's the big deal. The fifth fish at 11:28. 4 pounds, 4 ounce, the biggest one that we know of. Certainly been Such's big fish alert of the day. 4 pound, 4 ounce. Largemouth bass, Marathon Peak performance, Pat Schlloer. Like you said, it's incredible how many great anglers we have here from Texas, from Louisiana, from this neck of the woods, so to speak, and unofficially in first and second place, two Wisconsin anglers.
That's how does it happen? But it's not the first time we've had two people from the other part of the country, other side of the country, if you're going north to south right there. That's where we are on the Sabine River, coming out of East Texas, northern East Texas, over there where the Piney Woods becomes the prairie. They're close to Lake Fork in that area. And a lot of waterways joining and making this beautiful river that flows by us right here in Orange, Texas. And of course, we're happy to be here, David, because tomorrow and well, actually the weekend at about this time, things will get going and we will have a huge crowd behind us at the Bassmaster Tailgate Party, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Yeah, if you've never joined us for a weigh-in or even after the weigh-in, if you're anywhere within driving distance of here, this is a great place to come and see all the great bass fishing fans. And it's just absolutely a very unique, incredible experience here in Orange, Texas. The weigh-ins, it doesn't matter if they're 1-pounders or 5-pounders, the fans will show up.
All right, and of course, you know, we got a weigh-in coming up here in a little while, and of course, this is the remote version of the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. In the original version, we of course have Ronnie and Such, Ronnie Moore, Mike Such, Sue Kahn, and guys, you know, we've been saying again and again, this is only part of the picture that we're getting today because we don't have full reporting of, you know, estimated weights from off the water. Any intel that you can share with us that you may have gotten otherwise, whether it's true or not?
Well, Tommy, first off, I'll say it took 5 minutes, all of 5 minutes for Such to jump in your seat when you left studio. So just want you to know, it's always been Ronnie's ready to take your seat, Tommy. Well, Such took it today, but
made me do it, Tommy.
Otherwise, I feel like today, guys, is like what professional basketball players call game one of a series, of a 7-game series, where it's a feel it out. You're not sure what the other team's going to do style-wise. A lot of the anglers have been here 3, 4, 5 times in the past, like our history has said, but it's been different months of the year, different seasons of time, different water levels and fish populations. So today, you don't expect the stars and stripes, you know, 15-plus pounds, but it really is a feel-it-out day. You are not sure what you're going to bring into the weigh-in, if you're going to be 50th or top 5, and I think a lot of guys are on pins and needles until they get to weigh-in to know what tomorrow and Saturday will hold for the field before Championship Sunday.
Ronnie, sometimes when these guys sandbag, you got to believe them. They said the conditions were so rough with high water, dirty water coming down, the winds keeping water in the bays and not letting it flow out and clear out. I mean, last time we were here, we had 30 bags in double digits. We have 1 today. We're missing guys. We have 1 today, and with 30 last year, and half of them were in our top 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we can do
David,
that.
I'm thinking if a guy has got a plan B here, he may not necessarily have two plans that you can do in the same day.
Yes.
He may be waiting for tomorrow to take a trip a long way in another direction.
Yeah, it's very similar to some other events we've had. I think of Winyah Bay in South Carolina. You have a plan A, stay close, a plan B, go over, go up the Cooper River, that sort of thing. That could certainly be in play with the wind and the water levels being a big factor this week, and they're going to change every single day.
One thing these guys are not worried about is the weather. I think we've got generally stable weather conditions. It may include a steady 15, 20-mile-an-hour wind coming from the south, but at least you know it's going to be there.
Yes, absolutely, and that will affect your strategy, especially if someone's making a real long run. But yeah, all in all, good weather conditions for here. To Ronnie's point about having multiple tournaments here, though, I just started thinking about that more and more. Places that we've been 3+ times, in this case like the 5th trip here, very seldom do we not have someone that kind of considers an area, a certain creek, a certain technique like theirs, like that's my canal, I want it there.
Yep.
It's like it changes so much that even the areas, the baits seem to change every single event we have. So to have the number of Elite Series events we've had here and really not have anyone claim territory is unusual.
The fish have probably changed less than anything.
Yes, yes.
When we come back here after 2 years or 3 years like that. But people change. The way people approach things change.
Davey, I'll say that there are some anglers who are not in our field that used to be here that did well at the Sabine that anglers are glad aren't in this field because those spots are open and no arguments to be had. We've seen a couple areas get used today already that have been prominent in the past by others.
But the Taylor's area that we've seen a lot of boats go to today, it's well known, but it doesn't handle 75 boats very well. I mean, you just have to think outside the box because it's not as easy as, well, where the most fish should be living, that's where I need to go. It's not always that easy because if 80 of your competitors are going there also, then they split the fish up too much.
Yeah, both the last two stops here, 23 and 21, have been kind of won by thinking outside the box, doing something that not everybody was expecting. I'll put it that way.
So many times in our Elite Series events, you have an angler that's got one general area, or say if the fish are offshore, 2, 3, 4 good hard spots like we saw a lot of those high finishers at Lake Fork do. But this is an event where I don't see someone fishing the same area for 4 days in a row. You're going to have a different strategy. At least, like you said, a plan A and a plan B, maybe even C and D, but going to have a couple different strategies to win here this week.
And you said entirely possible. You said earlier, entirely possible 4 different distinct strategies might be the winner at the end of it all.
Yes. And it's always kind of been that way here because the fish not replenishing as well as they do some places. But the high water throws another X factor in there for these anglers this week. And what that water will be doing on Saturday and Sunday versus Thursday.
Let's take you back up into the woods where you can't see as far.
Yeah, speaking
That's
of
where
high
we have to
water.
go to find John Cox, of course.
I kind of wasn't feeling anything that we were fishing. We went and tried another area. There was a few other guys in it. It was real dirty, real high. And, I like fishing grass and coontail and stuff. And I didn't get many bites in here, but I just enjoy fishing this stuff. So I'm going to spend the rest of my day fishing something that I like fishing, which is coontail. I think it's coontail. I don't know, but I'm hoping up here maybe we'll get into some. But yeah, it's been kind of slow, but I think we got about an hour and a half, and gosh, I mean, when you get bit in this stuff, it's usually some pretty good ones, so. Oh, I almost set the hook on that one. But the water looks great. It's clean.
John Cox just hadn't jumped a big one today. He has had some bites during the course of the day, but I think he's be the first one to tell you that he didn't get these anglers love their TV audiences. They love their followers. That they really like the live crowds. John Cox will tell you that's one of the reasons he loves it here.
Yeah, coming here to the Sabine, and I mean, the people here in Orange, Texas, they love bass fishing. They love when we come here. They're all so nice, and man, they throw a heck of a party here. We got food trucks, carnival. This place is probably one of the most packed weigh-ins we'll have, and everybody will be coming down hanging out. It's a really good time. It's one of the main reasons we come back because, you know, we love seeing those guys.
$2025 MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite on the Sabine River. Great to have you with us here as we get down to the final hour for our first flighters, for sure. Our live coverage sponsored by Lew's today. And we have seen a lot. We have sort of scratched our heads at a few things and gotten ourselves readjusted, gotten our minds set up and and readjusted from the place where we were last week, because they're two different, completely different fisheries. And that's what makes it fun. If it were the same thing all the time, we'd be extremely bored by now, probably, no matter what was going on.
Exactly right. And when a lot of these anglers left home for these two Texas events, they had to pack their tackle accordingly. And I'm sure they packed two very different tackle boxes for the two very different weeks. But hey, it's going to be exciting this week the way it unfolds. Just like every other event, we'll see someone hold that blue trophy up.
See, Ben Milliken got in 5th place.
This massive Sabine fishery. Tyler Rivette. Tyler caught us our first fish of the day earlier. It's not a big one.
Looks like he's definitely made a move. The water's
we came back
clear where he's at.
Little Square Lake. It's the only place with pretty water right now, but
you can't quite get
they're
Taylor's
still not
bayou out
biting.
of his mind today.
That water is so high. You can see the brown water coming in here, and it never gets dirty in here.
But if I go over there, they'll all be over there.
So,
you know,
some tough conditions. Really wish we'd catch 5, because 5 would be going a long way, I think. Well, I really just wish I went to Taylor's. I'm calling it. Day 1 leaders out of Taylor's. You heard it here first. Well, I caught my only fish in here, and I've caught plenty of fish here in the past, so I know they're here. And I'm just trying to be where the fish are, because in Adams Bayou, it's just so high. I can't get bit on nothing. Like, it's insane. I've never seen it that high over there. We almost got stuck behind that bridge. Man, what a different tournament it would be if it was 1.5 feet, 2 foot lower. I think everybody would be catching. Caught a tree. Everybody might be catching.
Ben Milliken just added 3 pounds. He's in 5th place. We got Texans, Chris Saldane, Milliken, and Ebear right in a row there in our top 10.
We have 6 anglers on live today, including Louisiana angler Tyler Rivette. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios here, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore here with Mike Sukon. If you're just joining us this week, Tommy and Davey are on site for our tailgate, brought to you by Progressive, and also on site like we always have for Bassmaster Elite Series events, not only Dave Mercer, but we've also got Kyle Jesse with us. Kyle, Yamaha on the line. First off, how are you doing today now that you've got the big dogs in town? You're not the only guy with a microphone on the live set. And has it been good seeing Davey and Tommy? You know, you don't normally get to see them each event.
They're keeping us on our toes, that's for sure. We have to be on our best behavior. You know, Mercer and I usually are the only 2 people here on site, you know, doing the halftime show, doing live cast. Definitely feel like we have to be on our best behavior. It definitely makes us step it up a little bit, too, because when you've got legendary Tommy Sanders and Davey Height on set, obviously that elevates the bar that much more. And having them here at the Sabine River and, you know, this awesome venue, massive crowds expected as always. It's going to be a lot of fun throughout the week, and yeah, I'm super glad that they're here.
Hey, Kyle, you heard the talk of the doc talk that guys were really anticipating a real tough fishery this week. And you believed him, right? Did you lower your estimated winning weight?
I didn't believe the winning weight would go down, but, you know, you heard enough guys. You know, a lot of them have come to the Sabine River plenty of times, so they obviously have other experiences to, you know, compare it to. And, you know, hearing how tough a lot of guys' practices were, you know, I've heard about the high waters, you know, the adverse conditions out there. I didn't lower my you know, weight for fantasy fishing, but I believed him a little bit. You know, I think we've seen a little bit of that so far today on live. You know, still a decent amount of numbers to be had. But, you know, guys like Bo Browning and Mark Menendez, we've seen them get a lot of bites, just not the keeper bites. So, you know, obviously just a 12-inch minimum, you know, to be catching those under 12-inch bass, that makes it pretty tough. You know, it's a grueling day, long day. You know, when you're getting that many bites and you can't fill your limit, like I said, like Bo Browning so far has done. But a lot of day left to fish, and I think by the time the weigh-in comes, we will see the weights go up significantly. Obviously, there's plenty of guys on Bass Track that we're not seeing right now, so I think it's going to be a different story come the end of weigh-in.
Kyle, of the info we do have for Bass Track, maybe we don't have the full field and whatnot, but we do know the expectation is 7 pounds will get you near that cut line or in that cut line for sure. Looking at some of the anglers, when you think about a Jay Przekurat, how impressed are you that I was told that guys like Jay Przekurat and Kyoyo Fujita couldn't catch fish fishing this style, yet we see them at acceptable weights that should have them in the game, whether they're in the top 5 or the top 25. They have done their job today.
Yeah, no question, Ronnie. I mean, Jay Przekurat, you know, obviously coming into this tournament, being the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, you know that there's so much pressure. And, you know, we talked about it on the halftime show, is this has to be such a nerve-wracking tournament. Not because Jay's not confident he can catch him here. You know, he's had a good event here in the past. But it's the reality of knowing that it's such a fine line between having a good event here and a bad event here. And a lot of times that fine line is just a 3-pound bite. And, you know, for him to get that early on this morning, we've seen him progress off of that, you know, went down that one stretch and got another solid keeper and then a 2.5-pounder. I mean, what he's doing here is so impressive because this could have easily been the turning point in the season. You know, obviously such a different fishery than anywhere we've been, you know, the rest of this season. So super impressive to see what Jay's doing so far.
Well, Kyle, we appreciate you. Continue to do the great coverage on site. Sneak on the main desk with Tommy and Davey at some point this week. Come on now. So we go back out live with Bo Browning. I think he's still looking for number 5, right, Sue?
Yes, I believe so.
Still looking for number 5. He's not in a bad position with his current 4. And Tommy and Davey, what do you think over the next hour to hour and a half before first flight checks in, Bo Browning's going to have to do? Travel time included. He's fished a good day, but still less than a limit.
Well, I think catching 5 keepers would any of these anglers would consider that a successful day.
Yeah.
Surely a 3-pounder like Jay has got, Pat Slopper with a 4.4. Yeah, that's certainly a big bonus. But I really think as an elite angler, when you left the dock today, if you could come back with 5 keepers, it's a successful day. And Bo's one bite away from that. So I'm going to say he gets it done. I think he'll get one more bite and consider his day a success.
That's Brian New right there. Probably not enough time for him to make any sort of major changes for today. He's kind of going to have to most likely dance with what brought him, although there's good fish been caught very, very close to the ramp. I mean, that's no secret around here.
Sure has. And you nailed it a few minutes ago talking about what Tyler Rivette was probably thinking. Man, Taylor's, I know that's where it was going to go down. I know, but there's a lot of people over there. And Brian New's probably been saying, man, I should have known better to come over here with 75 or 80 bows. So there's always that dilemma as an angler.
It's going to take a lot of resolve and a lot of creative thinking. Possibly taking a few chances, risking it all. And somebody's going to find their way to the top of the leaderboard on the final day of competition, will receive the blue trophy and be the 6th champion of the year in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Welcome back. Oh yeah, there's one of the locals getting ready to go to the weigh-in. I assume he's probably en route right now. We got some rather large alligators that live in this part of the world. That's no secret, and you just gotta respect them, keep your distance, maybe not, don't mess with them. Don't do that.
Don't mess with them.
That's one of those guys.
The high water has him on the move.
Oh, yeah. They can also move real fast on land. People don't know that, but if you get one riled up, he can scoot. He can be on you if he wants to. So don't mess with him. Pat Schlloer, Jay Przekurat, 2 Wisconsinites coming to the Texas Gulf Coast and winding up near the end of day number 1 in 1st and 2nd place. Based on some limited information on the water, we don't have the full picture on what's happened out there, but it will be revealed in the fullness of time today at the weigh-in. We'll leave him to find his way here and make sure to watch our step when he does get here.
Dave, it's probably not lost on you that Jay Przekurat's 5-fish limit here today is the same as his big fish at Lake Fork, 914.
Wow. Nothing surprises me with Jay at this point in 2025. Seems to all be going his way.
But this 914 today, Such, might be more valuable than his 914 there. You know, you replace a 914 with a 6, he's still doing fine. You replace 914 with 6 here, you're going to be 50 spots lower.
Yeah, man, it's just, you know, still just grinding. You know, it's getting late. I've only got 3, but I've got 3, not 0. Or 2, not even 1. So, I mean, once again, I mean, this is kind of one of the reasons that I love this type of fishery during a tournament. Is just, you just keep grinding. And really, I mean, you don't have to catch a great big bag. I mean, catching a limit is going to be good. You know, that's going to have you in striking distance, you know. And fortunately, we're over halfway there. Don't have a ton of time, you know, because we got a little drive to get back. But we've got enough time. I mean, it only takes a couple minutes. We need 2 more bites. And, you know, up there where I had been fishing, it's just so many boats and so much pressure and everybody going back and forth and behind each other, and it's just, man, I can either stay up here and just grind it out, or I can kind of get away a little bit and at least feel like I'm fishing something that wasn't just fished or even fished at all today. I had 1 bite in here in practice, and it was just right up here. And I had 3 here today so far on this little stretch, and caught 1 keeper, 1 short, and lost one I felt like, you know, he had a good shot at being a keeper. But we're just going to keep our head down and keep plugging away, flip, flip. Hopefully a little jerk, jerk every now and again, and it's all we can do. Such a mental deal, and felt like, you know, I've done very well with that today. I haven't got down, hadn't felt like I'm making bad decisions. It's just, it's going to happen at some point, and still trusting and believing that. And there's a good chance that it don't, but I still believe it will. And I'm fishing the way that I feel like it could, obviously. It kind of sucks getting this close, but just with the wind and as shallow as it is, you just try to make as little noise as possible with the trolling motor. I mean, that power pole move is basically silent, but whenever that prop's turning up the bottom, you know, it doesn't matter what trolling motor you have, it's going to make plenty of noise. So just trying to hit it as little as possible. And, you know, the wind keeps pushing me in a little bit. Have the, you know, my motor being trimmed up so much as well has got me drifting more. But that's just nature of the beast with what we're working with. So we're gonna keep flipping. He just hit that little corner right there one more time and kind of go back here behind us where I have never had a bite. But maybe today's the day. Sabine River. Grind and grind and grind and grind, and then you got a clean weld. Ah, doggone it. Can't keep doing stuff like that. It's so shallow, he got around that reed before I could pull into him.
Perfect spot for one right there.
Well, Brian knows just grind, grind, grind. If a 3-pounder shows up, your whole day is completely different. Back to John Cox.
Are you talking to me? Oh, oh, yeah, it's really calm in here, but gosh, it looks so good. I'm like getting up right here. So right here, we're in this pocket. We got all this calm water in here, and right where we're coming up is where at high tide, some of that water gets flushed through. Some of that nice cold river water. So I'm hoping that I had a few bites right here. I'm hoping that with the tide being so high that they'll be back in this little cut here. This stuff looks so good in here.
Have to admit, John Cox is right. It looks good. It looks like you could catch a bass any flip, any pitch.
Well, John Cox, like Brian knew, knows it doesn't take much to move the needle in a meaningful way here on day number 1. A 3-pounder. Not even to mention a 4-4 like Pat Schlloer caught. Or took him all the way to the top of the leaderboard. So yeah, it's hard getting 5 good ones in the boat, but boy, if you can be even close to that, you're going to be in great shape heading into day 2. The MAXAM Tires Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River, Orange, Texas, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Well, put it on your mind. Got the weigh-in starting here in just a little over 1 hour's time here. That's 2:30 local time, 3:30 Eastern time. That's when check-in begins for the first flighters. Weigh-in starting promptly after that check-in starts. And we will get a much fuller picture of exactly what's going on this massive fishery. Goes all the way from the Toledo Bend Dam to Houston. So I think we all would appreciate a better sense, and we'll have it by the end of weigh-in time today. We'll know who stands where, who's got to get things going, who's got to protect what they've got on day number 2, because it's all about making it to day number 3, semifinal Saturday.
All right, Davey, does the winning weight top Trey McKinney's day 4 bag at Lake Fork, 38.2, which is just so incredible?
Oh, yeah, I think it will. I certainly do think it will top 38 pounds.
Whatever that is.
A cut.
I'm going to call it a creek, but I don't think it's really a creek.
More like a ditch.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, gosh. Something nipping it. Oh, it's one of them things.
Tyler Rivette rigging a soft plastic bait. Told us earlier he thought June bug was the best color for this stained water, and that's what he's tying on.
I think everybody hits so good that they're just leaving.
2 bites.
Oh, Browning, possible. Maybe a little short.
Maybe a little short.
I fear he is. Yeah. 12 inches is the limit. Minimum for a keeper.
Hey, Bernie Schultz caught a nice 2.5 pounder. He's back tied with Ben Milliken for 5th place.
Well, I say watch out for the wily veterans when we come here. Bernie has full credentials in that department.
I don't know. I thought I was off to a lot better start this morning than I was, and things kind of died out on me. I don't know if it's something to do with all the boat pressure we have up here or what, but I really thought I'd have a limit by now. But if it's meant to happen, it'll happen. It's all going to work out how it's supposed to, so I'm not really that worried about it, to be honest. Just going to keep my cricket wet and do what feels right. If it's in the Lord's plan, it'll go that way.
You know, listening to Brian New a few minutes ago and Bo Browning, they've kept a good positive attitude and understanding that this is a different challenge this week, you know. personally appreciate that.
Yeah, it would be easy to come here after a big bang-up explosive week the week before and say, gosh, I just don't see a way for me. But there might be more of a way for you than you had last time.
That's right, and there it is.
Yeah.
It's like his fifth one.
If he's 11 3/4, I'm going to be pissed off.
Well,
How about
let's
that
see.
Bass Live? You'll see some emotions on a 13-incher. You got him. Damn, man. Oh. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Keep your cool, Hammer. Keep your cool. Little chunky grub. One and a quarter. All right. I'll give him his own side because I love him a little bit more than the rest of them. Come on. Finally. Baby Jack. Golly. I bet somebody's going to be in that comment section. This kid's getting all wound up over a 1 1/4. Kick rocks. Freaking mad at him, man. I want to make a cut.
I'd say with a fifth fish in the live well, he's well on his way to making a cut.
Yeah, that's going to put him in the top 25, at least probably better than that. He had gotten down around the 40s by our reckoning here.
Here we go.
All right.
Boy, what is 45 seconds after I said appreciate their positive attitudes and staying in the game, they both catch keepers.
13. Son, we done got old number 4. We done got number 4. Look out now. So you're saying there's a chance. Hey, give me a little bit on that. Thank you, Lord. So you're saying there's a chance. We're only 1 12-pound bite away. It happened any cast.
If we don't get the hot dog song, I'm going to feel deprived here. Now, come on. We've laid out the ground rules here, and every time Brian who catches one, he's got to do the hot dog song. Maybe not.
I bet he does it if he catches his fifth one for sure.
Oh,
Maybe the whole ride back to the check-in, he would be singing the hot dog song.
Sal Jane just landed his 4th 2-pounder of the day. He's at the 3rd place.
It's just people you don't expect to prosper here so many times, you know. It's just, I think it's just more basic fishing intelligence than anything else that drives the thing. John Cox,
speaking of that,
looking like a keeper.
Oh, God, he didn't be.
It is on fire right now, Tommy Sanders.
It is, absolutely.
Come on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's going. All right. One more.
Wow.
One more.
Yeah,
Man,
and
that took a long time.
For the record, this is not stuff they have been gathering over the last 4 hours. That's been in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah. His spot up there, and he's sitting right there. All right, come on. Let's get one more. We just got to make best of the days that we struggle, and then maybe tomorrow we'll catch them. Give us one more.
So John and Brian put their 4th fish in live well, and Bo his 5th. So
yeah,
they're all, the other 2 are one swing away from catching their limit also. And mentally, you know, having 3 or having 4 shouldn't matter that much. But to me, as an angler in a tough tournament, boy, if having 4 means you are right there.
Yeah.
3 still seems so far away.
That is a big difference, isn't it? It's psychological, but it's real.
Definitely psychological.
There's got to be one more in here. There was too many in here. There we go. There we go. Oh, gosh, no. Oh, no.
really looks good where John's at. It's got that vegetation mixed in right in the middle of that.
Here we go. Here's number 5. Yes. 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 Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's 11 and a half. Oh.
Oh.
All right. Come on.
Oh, we thought the ice chest might say yes, but it did not. Still looking for number 5. Maybe that's a tackle case. I don't know what it is. That's what he uses for a measuring board, and that's fine with me.
What I love is that's what he does is different than anyone else, and he does not care. That's what he's going to keep doing. It works for him.
That's the appeal of John Cox for sure. Some scenes from our great way inside our home base of operations here, the city of Orange, Texas. The Orange, Texas boat dock, which is right here. The food trucks lined up, and man, down here in this part of the country, you better bring some good food or your food truck is down the road. So we don't have any doubt about the quality of the victuals here on site. And it's fixing to start filling up as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time. Pat Schlloer, Jay Przekurat, 1 and 2 atop the leaderboard. Chris Zaldain, Carl Jacobson, Ben Milliken, Schultz, Ebert, Felix, Fujita, and J.T. Tompkins rounding out our top 10 with time running out on our live coverage. Our accommodations here in Orange, Texas have been undergoing continuous renovation and addition through the years to make it an even better place to have a big-time fishing tournament. The Riverside Pavilion showed up last time we were here in 2023. It is a perfect place. If there's ever any weather trouble, people can get under that. Our concerts can be centered around there, and man, it's just it's a top-notch spot now.
What I can guarantee you is that looks like not but what 4 people in that picture right now. It will look very different than that in the hours to come.
Yeah, the party will be on, especially when the weekend gets here. Pat Schlloer, the man on top, strength of a 4-pound, 4-ounce. Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day. Jay Przekurat caught a 3-pounder, just second hour of fishing this morning. It just amazed everybody. Chris Zaldain having a good tournament here, his best start of the year on a day 1 so far. So we will see how that goes, and probably see some other Texas anglers show up. Dakota Ebert being among them, who has his roots just across the border in Louisiana, of course, so he knows this sort of environment very, very well.
Brian New, we just saw catch his 4th keeper a few minutes ago. Angler's saying the water's high now. It's been higher.
Yeah, it's obviously. It's been up there with
hurricane material there.
Yeah.
Oh.
So hard to win one of these Bassmaster Elite Series events. Brian New done something that is very rare. He won his very first Elite Series debut tournament back in 2021, St. John's River. Rookie wins are nothing new this season, though. We experienced a couple of them the past 2 stops. So
Brian's definitely had some good success fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail and others.
Yeah.
He won an Open just months before the Elite Series tournament that he won. He's certainly a great angler.
I don't know if that boat is aptly named Lucky Striker. It seems a little unlucky today, guys.
Yeah, it's seen luckier days, I guess.
Well, if you're a striker, might be a lucky strike when you hit riprap.
Yeah, right.
look at boats like that. Boy, if they could just tell the stories.
I can't tell where it's from. It doesn't say Port Aransas, does it? Port Arthur.
Port
Oh,
Arthur.
yeah, sure. That's around the way there. Port Arthur, Netherlands, Beaumont, all in the same area.
They could be a boat owner right now saying, there it is. I've been looking for it ever since the hurricane.
That makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, sugar mama. Let's get it together now. Let's get it together now. Daddy needs one more. Of the keeper variety.
Brian, known as one of the better, come from behind, come from back in the pack.
Yeah.
Anglers, but surely he's going to get there after getting to 4. He's going to catch his 5th one. I got faith in him.
Let's go find John Cox. He said, I may have to back out of this place. It's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
I mean, how difficult is it to navigate this, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, there are some stumps in here, but this new Vexus I got, it floats shallow, it hops right over them. And then, you know, that Mercury's solid. That thing, whew, if you guys would have seen what it went through in practice, it was crazy.
It was crazy the amount of sticks and limbs and debris that was in John Cox's boat this morning before takeoff, and his cameraman noticed it also, and John said, I cleaned it out for you. You should have seen it yesterday. So he's been in the woods.
Yeah.
He's been in the woods.
Staying hydrated days before.
Yeah,
I think something was wrong if he wasn't.
A couple Celsius, a couple poppies. Might be able to run it. I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, here we go. Might be able to run it.
Pretty shallow.
Well, we're going to give it a go. Hang on.
Oh, go down, nose. We can't see. There's just too many cypress knees in here.
Get him a straight stretch here. We're going to see it go. Yeah, I knew it was coming.
Uh-oh.
Whoa! Caught a little cypress knee.
Boy, he had fished his way back in there, hadn't he?
He had. That'd make a pretty good amusement park ride right there. I have to say. You could recreate that and put one boat after another through there. You'd have some takers, that is for sure. John Cox trying to take it back closer, I'm thinking, to check in. As the clock continues to tick away here. At the check-in, we remind you, coming up at 2:30 for the first flight. And shortly after that, Dave Mercer's going to crank up the weigh-in. And we will be underway.
Don't know what to expect this weigh-in. We haven't had reception with a lot of these anglers, for one reason or the other, but we'll definitely see a lot of changes in that leaderboard, I predict.
Oh, I guarantee you. Be a good top 10 right there, but yeah, there won't be exactly that when it's all said and done. We know that for sure. We're prepared for it. Okay, we're going to keep going all the way to the end of our live coverage today, which is not too far away. That's right. This is where Texas starts. If you're headed west, this is the first place you come to, Orange, Texas, and you can feel it. It's a special part of the Texas experience. This is some of the crowds from years before. The last time we were here, the first time the Bassmasters came here, they saw the crowds, the enthusiasm the people had here, how much they really appreciated what these anglers do, because they fish and they know what that's all about. And since then, it's just been a collaborative effort, and especially the folks on the ground here year-round in Orange, Texas, who have made this just a terrific experience, and we're looking forward. So happy to be here this week in person. We don't get to do that much.
Yeah, you know, the local anglers here, and there are a lot of them that love this sport. They understand how tough it is here. They have Tuesday nighters here. They have tournaments on the weekends. They understand that, and it actually kind of makes them feel good to see, hey, these guys are the Bassmaster Elite Series, but they are human also. It's a struggle for them a lot of times to catch a limit of fish. So that's why they come out and embrace this. And, you know, I think with the weather's events that they have here in this area, this community is very tight-knit, and they come out for the concerts, they come out for the weigh-ins, all those sort of things. Makes you love this area of Texas.
Absolutely. Well, and we sure love being on the road here. Hopefully we can do this again, take the Bassmaster Studio sponsored by Marathon and have the traveling version. And of course, we've got our guys in the mothership, Ronnie and Such there, and let's turn it over to Ronnie Moore, who is back there in the Bassmaster Studio sponsored by Marathon, back home.
Hey, Tommy, I'm at the Humminbird Screen of Knowledge, and you're talking about guys who love Texas, or the fans love us coming to Texas. Well, these two anglers have shown up big at this body of water in the state of Texas. John Crews and Kyle Welcher. When we think about the guys, since we have so many off of Bass Track today, there's a lot of guys that come to mind that have great success here. We think about the Hackneys, Christies, and Mosleys, our three past champions in this field. But outside of those who have won the event, there are still quite a few anglers who have good track records on body of water. We talked about Seth Fighter last week at Fork, never winning there, but averaging a 17th place finish over his 5 or 6 elites there. Same thing goes for John Crews. His average finish here is 16.8, and he has been here through the 2013, 15, 18, and then the 2020s, where we've had 3 different events. He's been here through all of them, so 16.5, a great average finish. But meanwhile, there's some anglers who haven't been here for the 5 previous events that are on a little bit of a hot streak. They really haven't had their opportunity to fail. They haven't had a bad one yet. Kyle Welcher being the best of that group, a 7th and an 8th in the past history there. Hunter Shryock's had 1 bad one his first time here, and really 2 great ones since then. Lee Livesey's only got 2 opportunities here for the elites. He's had 2 good ones. So smaller sample sizes, but some good performances by guys like that. And so I'm keeping an eye on Welcher, keeping an eye on Crews when it comes to the weigh-in today. And I've also got some other stuff at the screen to show you guys. This is the fear. We saw John Cox leaving his area. You don't know if you're going to make it back, and this is the bottom of Kyle Patrick's boat, a photo of him stuck on land, a photo of him in the back of one of those drains that didn't go anywhere, and then this is the result of T. Roy Broussard coming in clutch to come get him in practice after about 6.5 hours of his practice day spent hanging out with the, I guess, local environment at the Sabine.
He didn't mess around. That was a quick tow right there.
That was T-Roy to the rescue.
Yes, man. Yes, indeed. Good stuff. Appreciate it, T-Roy, and back in business.
That's awesome. Appreciate the help. I'm sure Kyle Patrick was relieved when he saw someone. It would have been a long night out there.
Yeah, it would have been. A little moist and.
Yeah, if you're going to get stuck, though, in the marsh area, that's the place to be. Those airboats can get to you. T-Roy can get to you. But going back in the woods like John Cox has done, I don't know if an airboat could even get to you. It'd be very difficult to get you out of the woods.
Reminds you of Pluff Mud, Davey Hyde?
I heard Such say something, but I missed it.
Pluff Mud reminds Davey that.
Right back in it. Yep. Just hard thinking like that when you've been fishing. We've been fishing since 6:30 this morning, and we got one bite. Maybe two. We lost that one.
This disappointing so far. He's got a little time left though, but talked to Tyler after his first day of practice, and he had some keeper bites. You know, expected to catch 4 or 5.
And he may turn around tomorrow and have a totally different story. There's just landed a few different spots, and 3 of them pay off big time. You're ready to go. Ready to move on to Saturday.
Burger. That sounds good.
Good thing for Tyler. He had stayed relatively close to the takeoff, so he'll be able to fish, maximum amount of time. Seen him fish some corners and around a drain pipe. Unfortunately, the water was going the wrong direction, but he knows a few places where you could catch 3 or 4 fish in just 10 minutes. But the water direction is going to have to change and start going out.
He's in the 4th flight. He's the 4 p.m. check-in.
See how close Tyler is right there. He never has been that far from takeoff during the course of this day. No long journeys for him. We go down a ways.
Got to be getting closer. Time for Brian New to start getting closer, and certainly we want to see him catch his 5th keeper.
Something that you always forget. We go a lot of places where the wind will blow. It'll blow for an hour, 2 hours, half a day. It'll lay down sometimes. You get in this Gulf environment from here all the way down to Florida and beyond. It's just, you get in a windy pattern, and it will, no qualms about blowing all day long.
So when I first started fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail many years ago, that's something I learned about Texas. And like I said, you get in the Carolinas, it blows for a day or a half day, and then it calms down, but it can blow for weeks without slowing down in Texas.
Windiest city in America is right here in the Lone Star State. They learned to live with the wind down here.
He's thinking one more, one more.
Take 1 or 2 more flips. Let's go back up there where I caught that last one, because I threw a spinner bait down that thing. I didn't flip it until the very end.
Well, we've got first flighters starting to check in about 30 minutes here, but we've got out to the 4th fly. They've got till 4 o'clock. So if there's an evening bite, such a thing as an evening bite, and we're discovering that because it's all different every day with the tide and everything, we could see some big changes just among the ones we've been watching.
Yeah, we certainly could. Hopefully that water will turn around and start going out. The high water is not what these anglers have been wanting. The entire time they've been here, it's been that way. This morning you saw the fish catches a little bit better because that tide wasn't up yet. But you're right. You know, 1 fish, 2 fish could mean so much. Here's one thing you don't want to do is fall very far behind.
Yeah.
To catch 5 fish, even if they weigh 5 pounds, 6 pounds, 7 pounds, hopefully you're still in it. You still have a chance to win.
Well, we have seen all sorts of environments today. These guys getting out there. If you're claustrophobic and you don't like fishing in tight spaces, some of these spots that we have seen during the course of this day may not be for you. But you know, you can learn. You can learn to do it, especially if there's some fish to be caught.
I don't mind being in tight places as long as there's not alligators around.
That's right. Well, let's do it.
There you go.
Keep your head down. You know, keep working. Things will pay off. Mark Menendez showed us a good day today. He just picked out one spot, said, I'm going to work it over. I'm not going to get excited. I'm going to take my time and get it done, and that's put a limit to the boat.
Yeah, hats off to Mark and Bo Browning and others, you know, that we've been with 6 anglers today, and honestly, they've had a lot of bites, and some of them got limits, some of them just a little bit short. Hopefully, they'll fill out the limit before they have to check in.
Yeah, hot diggity dog. We get to do it all again tomorrow, too. So don't forget about that. We've got 2 days with the full field out there. You get 2 days to rack up enough weight to somehow make it into the top 50. And that's what these days are all about.
Now, that is a hot diggity dog.
Oh, man. 8:30 a.m. for the leader in Progressive Angler of the Year points. Jay Przekurat will be the man on the Yeti hot. No, he will be just beneath the man on the hot seat. And that is going to be Pat Schlloer. Actually, we did not have a camera for Pat today, but we have got him as the leader on our estimated weights by a bass track right now. So he'll be on the Yeti hot seat. The weigh starts at 3:30 p.m. right here on Bassmaster.com, and the coverage continues tomorrow. We'll start at the same time, 8 a.m. Eastern time on Bassmaster.com and the Roku Sports channel. So try to be here with us tomorrow. If you've got some time Friday, we'd love to have you in Orange, Texas.